Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first day of the Risen Champions League Summer Split. The top North American amateur teams have all gathered, and another spot in the LCS Proving Grounds is up for grabs. It all starts here. My name is Gordo. I am joined tonight by Goferino on the broadcast and special guest for the pre-show, Keelix. Keelix, how are you doing, my man?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
We
Tell us
try
a
our
little bit
best.
about yourself here. We know you're the general manager for Zeus, but give us a little bit more what's going on there.
Yeah, I was the ex-director, was the director, now ex-director of the new Esports and owner of Dawn Esports. And I'm also the head coach for Northwood University.
Nice. So definitely very storied there. And for anybody wondering, for the OQ format, it is going to be a Swiss format, which I know people tend to have a little bit of reservations against. But basically, if you win two games, you are one of the 8 teams out of these 16 to qualify. If you lose 2 games, you do not qualify for the regular split.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to be the case here. And we are starting off here with a banger matchup. We're going to start off with Dig Mirage up against Radiance, two squads who both competed in Challengers Uprising just a couple of weeks ago. Now are going to be coming back to take their second shot here at the second Tier 2 tournament of the split. And Keelix and Goferino, what are some thoughts we have coming on in about these two teams?
Well, I think Radiance with their original mid laner would be doing really good today and actually beating Dignitas Mirage. I don't have too much faith in Dignitas Mirage. Their last two roster iterations have been pretty whack. I mean, Dragoon, great player, fan of him. Uh, Light Pulse, he's growing, he's a new talent. And Cal, also a veteran in the amateur and academy scene. But the jungle and mid duo, I don't have too much faith in.
Yeah, like both these rosters, they did make fairly significant changes between Cup and Risen here. That and they, well, to put it lightly, did not have very good Cup splits at all. They both went 0-3 in their respective groups. Even if you could argue that there were some really hard competitors inside groups, it's still not the best foot forward. And they do really want to make something start happening here in Risen if they do want to potentially qualify for the Tier 1 tournament. And if they are going to start that well, you're going to want to start it off today, because starting off 0-1 in the open qualifiers and then having to win your next 2 matches in a row, that is going to be a rough time to say the least here, lads.
Not fun.
Yeah.
Definitely isn't here. I want to focus in on this jungle matchup a little bit between these two guys here. Both Cyber and Bluster, both of these guys, young players coming up here, both super aggressive, flippy junglers, you might even call them. Cyber, big Kazakhs player in solo queue, played for Western University over this past CLOL split, and Bluster, super young player, only 15 years old, coming up in his first real competitive split here. So, Goverino, let's start with you. What are your thoughts on these two guys?
They definitely are somewhat similar in their play styles. We have seen how both of them can have their moments where they do have that pop off performance. They can carry their teams, but we have also seen when maybe they get a little bit too antsy. Maybe they just start off a fight for no real reason. I think the professional term is, Keelix, you might be able to back me up on this, a coin flip or a burger flip, depending on which region of North America you're from. And
Indeed.
it can be a deciding factor in this series today, these junglers, if they are able to pop off, or if the patty maybe flips the wrong way, so to speak.
Yeah. No, I definitely think Cyber is a good player. He's learning new junglers, but right now it just seems like he's most comfortable on Kha'Zix and like two other junglers. So
Yeah.
I don't know too much about Bluster. He's fairly new, fairly young. He's got a lot of room to grow. So I think Bluster might actually take it today. Well, not today, but without Blaze, I guess. With Blaze, he'll do some work.
Yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, there it is going to be Texas coming on in for Blase in the mid lane for Radiance today. So going to be even more roster changes on top of everything we talked about.
Yeah.
Goferino brought it up a second ago. Dig Mirage coming in with a new bot lane versus what they were showing in Cup, and Radiance changing out top, changing out support, and changing out mid lane twice now. So really going to be a lot going on, and a lot of pretty much new rosters really that we're going to see coming on into this first day.
Yeah, because I remember just a bit ago we were VOD reviewing some of these teams, well, both these teams, which I guess is some, but either way, we're looking at Radiants and we're like, yeah, only two of these players are going to be showing up today, so how are they going to perform? But we don't really have a lot of, I guess, VOD related intel on the rest of them. So, hey, who knows? When you have all these new players, maybe that's the new foot forward. Maybe that's going to be the secret spice here that your team needs for your second tier two run, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I'm just
no,
hoping they qualify today. That way they can show what their true potential is. Because I think with their main roster, they can definitely turn some heads.
yeah, pretty much just have to win at least one series tonight, and they'll at least be able to show on up tomorrow, maybe show a little bit of what they got there, and eventually make it in to the main Risen Champions event. So I want to take a second here to talk about these bot laners coming on through. Vex is really the veteran voice on the side of Radiance. He's been around amateur for a substantial amount of time. And now Cow joining Dignitas Mirage in this series has some academy experience in his past, has also been around for a really long time here. So go for, what are your thoughts on these two guys?
I mean, I'll definitely defer to Kelly, yeah, or sorry, Keelix. I almost said it.
It's okay.
We
Oh,
went over this too that you're not Kelly X, but I'll defer to Keelix for Cal because I know you had the most to say out of all of us regarding him. But for Vex, like what we've seen, he's definitely solid. He definitely is someone that you have to keep an eye on, but it is very hard to stand out in the North American amateur scene as an AD carry because the competition is just so intense. It's not like the support role where you force a bunch of mid laners to have to transfer over to that role because you just can't find a support. So we'll see. We'll see. Of course, it is with a new surrounding bot lane combo here for Vex. So maybe having a fresh face there in the bot lane will help him out quite a bit.
Yeah, maybe. I do think that Cal and Lightpulse have potential to win this game, but I don't know. I really like Vex as an AD. He's nuts. He's been around for a while, and Lightpulse is fairly new. Cal hasn't really played competitive in a bit. He took a break after the last split, I believe, if I recall correctly. But I do think Lightpulse has a lot of potential. He just needs to grow, which
Yeah,
takes some time.
it's definitely very moldable. I mean, they are playing underneath Dignitas, so they have those extra resources, and you can just play a bit of the long con game with molding these players.
yeah, absolutely can here. And, speaking of the long con game here, Dragoon has really been a mainstay of this Dignitas Mirage team, even back before they were Dignitas Mirage. He's, some might say best Darius NA, longtime top lane player here in this amateur scene. And he's coming up against another real new face here in TC Porsche. I have not gotten to see a lot of footage of these guys. Keelix, do you have any insight into this matchup?
Well, I don't really know who TC Porsche is, but I know Dragoon. And I know Dragoon's going to top gap regardless of who the top laner is
Okay.
for Radiance. So if he can get that going, then I think Dignitas Mirage just wins.
It definitely can be a very big key factor, especially when you look at Dragoon's pool, because he can definitely play those champions that put the pressure on in the top lane. We talked about the Darius, but we also
Drip
know that,
Darius.
yeah, a lot of Darius. I don't think we're going to be seeing Darius today, though, sadly.
Yeah, big Darius guy, big set guy. Been playing some Gangplank back in cups. Might want to keep an eye on if that is going to be a little bit of a contested pick here. I know TC Porsche has been busting that one out in solo queue all day and all night, as much scouting as we are able to do here. And also might see some aggressive jungle picks looking to get that top lane snowballing here. We know that Cyber is a big Kha'Zix player, was busting it out in C-Law, plays it a bunch in solo queue, and that Bluster is also his Kane is something to be feared. He had a 12-2 game in Cup on that
Mhm.
champion, wasn't able to close it out there, but there's really some spicy picks that might come through in the jungle for this series, right?
And that was like one of the big things I noticed is that when we look at the cup results, like yes, both these teams went 0-3, but there were glimmers of hope that kind of hinted towards like maybe if a few more pieces fell in the right way, maybe if they had a little bit more time to mend, they might be able to foster some sort of series dub. And now that we are in the second tier two now, there has been more time to glue these pieces together, so to speak. And I'm going to be kind of excited to see if that is what we do see coming out tonight.
Definitely something to keep our eyes on there. And now, as we're ticking down on that clock towards this draft getting started, let's get some final predictions in here for Dig Mirage up against Radiance. I know, Keelix, you've already said you might have leaned a little bit towards Radiance in the past if they had their starting mid laner, but given what rosters we're going to be fielding tonight, what are you going to lock in your pick as?
I'm gonna say 2-1 Dignitas Mirage. With Blazin though, that would change.
All right, and go Farino. You gonna back that one up, or are you gonna disagree with the GM himself here?
Half and half. I do believe that it will be a 2-0 instead for Digimon Mirage. So I agree who's gonna win. I just kind of disagree on the fashion, so to speak. A different catwalk we're walking down, me and Keelix. Still a fashion show though.
True.
Absolutely there, and I'm certainly going to have no choice but to join in as well there, rooting for Dig Mirage here today. My boy Dragoon, been really impressed with him, his entire stay in amateur thus far, and they're rebuilding this whole new roster around him and DNA here versus last split, but last split they were able to take that team all the way to the proving grounds at the end of the day, and they're going to want to repeat that performance here, so they've really got to pull it together here in the second T2 and start working towards getting some points on the board.
But that being said, we are going to be starting the Champions Select soon, so we will be having to say farewell to Keelix, though. But if everyone in chat could just give Keelix a big thank you for being our first guest ever here on the Risen stream.
Thanks for having me. It was a pleasure.
Of course. Thank you for coming out. But have a good one, Keelix, as we are going to be gearing up here for the Champion Select.
Take care. Go Dignitas. Just kidding.
And there he goes, gonna drop us one more route for his squad there. Not his squad, but a squad that he may be favoring to win this matchup in particular. We're still getting all the players here into this draft here, but we got a lot of big names coming to compete here in today's actual open qualifiers. We know TSM Amateur making an appearance here as well, Maryville University Supernova. So definitely some big names that we might get to see later on in the evening. We are coming in with two best of threes coming here tonight. Who are some of your major picks, Goverino, for who's going to end up making the main event here?
Obviously, Maryville and Wildcard Black. That's not purely because I'm associated with Wildcard, but Wildcard Black is a very strong team, and I mean, OQs should be a breeze for them. I feel they were a very strong contending team in Cup, just barely missing out on going towards those playoffs. Supernova, I believe they should also get through. Maybe the road will be a tad bit more rocky for them, but it's a 95% chance they get out, I want to say. Oh,
All right. Yeah, definitely. Maryville, of course, did just make that run at C-Law. They were eliminated in the finals. Eliminated is a strong word there. They were the second place team in that tournament, with Winthrop ending up taking it at the end of the day. And,
they
some
did
of the
get
members,
eliminated technically.
they did. It is. Yeah, losing in the
Yeah.
finals is getting eliminated. It's just at the very end of the drive there. And, speaking of Winthrop, the squad that were able to take out Maryville last time, a couple of those guys now have ended up moving their way over towards this TSM Academy roster. They got Doxa on there as well as their new jungler. Am I right, Gofarina?
Yeah. What's Frost Force on Winthrop? I think so.
I believe so. If I'm telling lies there, I
That
do
is fair
apologize. But
as
at the
well.
minimum, they've got Doxa over there, who's really been a beast on the side of Winthrop. Was really impressed with him in the amateur scene as well as C-Lol this past year, and now he's going to be looking to really prove himself with this TSM amateur squad. You got to believe they had higher expectations for themselves than where they finished in Cup, and are going to be looking to
A
definitely build
little.
on that and have a higher finish here in Risen Champions.
Yeah. Um, I kind of don't remember how the TSM run went in Cup, and that kind of says it all about how well they did in Cup. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
unfortunate for that squad there, but of course they are fairly new and looking to build on each other here. And of course, Wildcard Black also going to be a team competing in the open qualifiers here, looking to move themselves up. And make it where their sister team ended up there, who did end up taking that title at the end of Challengers Uprising. Really do want to see if these guys in particular are going to be able to make the run here, make it to the main event, and how deep they can go there, given that they do get so much scrim time, you've got to believe, with Wildcard Red.
hmm And the biggest thing for Wildcard Black for me is whether or not it's not getting out of open qualifiers. For me, it's whether or not they can make a playoff run. Because when we did start off this split of the amateur scene of the Proving Grounds, there was a lot of hype around both the wildcard rosters. Obviously, the main wildcard red roster got a lot more hype. There's still some high expectations for the wildcard black roster, and the fact that they weren't able to make it out of their group and cup and go to those playoffs definitely stung a little bit for them. Although, hey, you know what? Maybe that's the fire they need to make the run back here, Gordo. You never know. It's a definitely gonna be one hell of a journey here throughout the rest of Risen, because I mean, open qualifiers is a bit of the wild wild west, so to speak, when it comes to just how these games fold out.
Yeah, absolutely is. We got some brand new teams coming in today for these open qualifiers, ones who maybe didn't even know that they were competing up until just today. So definitely
Yeah.
going to be some spicy picks, some spicy strategies coming on across. We already talked about those junglers here. DNA, the mid laner for Mirage, also, he busted out the Nico in Cup. He could possibly bust it out again here today. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that mid lane, see what he's going to play up against Texas, who, maybe wasn't expected to come on in today, but is
A
going.
little. Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of curveballs for everybody today when it comes to just what is unfolding. Yeah, that happens when a team does drop out and some subs are need to be brought on. It does mean though, with those curveballs, it should make it a little bit more of a twist and turn here or a plot twist and plot turn, I think is what I meant to say with this match tonight. A lot of question marks in the air, and we haven't entirely figured it out. And maybe these teams haven't entirely figured it out either until we get into this game number one, Gordo.
Yeah, really interested to see where on the meta some of these NA amateur teams are really going to end up here. We've seen different looks in different regions. That AP jungle plus AD mid meta still feels like it really is a large portion of everything here. But the Rumble jungle, that's something that Radiance hasn't really been prioritizing, even in pre-nerf patches. When they were playing in Cup there, they never actually ended up taking the Rumble into the jungle. They banned it, they gave it up, they had it banned against them, or they threw it top lane in virtually every single game. And now TC Porsche wasn't the top laner at the time, but could be an interesting pick to watch out for here as we are just getting into the draft here.
Woo, we are flying through. Unsurprisingly, the Kane taken off the board. Will we see the Darius taken off the board though? Because I don't think you want to be giving Dragoon that as we are flying through these so far. But Caster is going to kick in. Last one's going to be a bit of a draw out. Gwen ban, unsurprising, she is completely busted. The Lulu ban, we have seen Radiance try to tend towards that a bit more. They like the solo lane Lulu from what I know, so taking that away. However, though, Darius is up. We also have the Rumble up if these teams want to go for it. The Ezreal, that was also going to come to mind for is locked in, who has been such a dominant force this patch with the buffs to himself and the Divine Sunderer that he does love building here, Gordo. Let's see what Radiance want to reply with.
Yeah, really like this Ezreal first pick coming through for our Dig Mirage. This is really one of those high priority 80 carries now, especially after some of those Varus nerfs started to tick across. So Dig Mirage really going to lock that one down for themselves early on. They want Cow on this Ezreal. And as we've started to learn recently, this can even be taken as a flex pick. We've seen the
Ooh,
Ezreal
I like
mid in a couple of
that.
professional leagues here. And speaking of 80 carries that can go mid lane, the Tristana going to be the first lock in for Radiance here. And you got to believe that they're going to want to complement that with the Rumble. But as we said, Rumble in the jungle, not something Radiance has taken a lot of interest in thus far.
Yeah, I do like the Tristana though, because when we are talking about DNA's pool earlier today, he tends to very heavily favor those control mages, and Tristana can just run amok on top of those mages very easily here, Gordo. You just jump on in and start stacking up that explosive shot. And most control mages just kind of have a hard time when you get up in their face with that Tristana. Gonna be comboed with the set as well. I'm assuming this is going to be going in the top lane here for Radiance. There have been some echoes, though, of potential set bot lanes here across AM, so maybe we get to see that.
Yeah, or maybe even some set mid lanes here. We know that a variety of players in the North American amateur scene are comfortable taking that pick into that mid lane. He is that flex pick, potentially even a triple flex there. But now, speaking of some flex picks here, we're going to see Viego and Syndra locked in for the side of Dig Mirage. That Viego could very potentially be a jungle pick for Cyber here, especially now that we see that Syndra has been locked in for DNA, one of his most played, and something he's really going to want to show off here.
In fact, it's his most played, I believe. If we go by solo queue at least, and it can do something into the Tristana, because if she jumps in, you should be at least usually able to contest if you're accurate enough with your Scatter the Weaks. There's the Rumble, though, here for Radiance, after we are talking about how they weren't exactly the highest when it came to prioritizing it. Can be locking it here in the R3 pick before we go to the second phase here. Kind of like that because Rumble jungle teams have been finding out a little bit more how to kind of play around it and maybe counter it a little. And when you pick it up a little later in the draft like this, you don't have as many problems with that, of course, like counter picking or just, knowing the enemy team's composition, knowing that they're going to be immobile and needing to deal with your equalizer.
Yeah, and if you're Dig Mirage here, here's where you really have to start asking yourself if you're getting bamboozled or not. Because if you look at Radiance's games from Cup, then you should be very confident that it's set mid, Rumble top, and that they haven't picked the jungler yet. But if they are going to take the Rumble into the jungle, if they have prepped it, if it is something that they're ready to do here, they lock in
Okay.
Rakan. Now we're going to look over at the Bard here being hovered. Now, does Dig Mirage, do they think that there's a top laner yet to be locked in or a mid laner yet to be locked in and want to pick around that? Or, are they confident that this isn't Rumble jungle, that the solo laners are decided, and that there's still a jungle yet to be locked in?
Okay. So we're going to be seeing Rakan and Bard here in the first game ever of the Risen Open Qualifiers this season, Gordo, and that is definitely kind of spicy considering how we have been seeing the support meta go. Of course, I do like the Bard here paired with the Ezreal because Bard does like to roam for those meeps, try and set up plays with that Tempered Fate ultimate of his. And Ezreal does not mind being left in lane alone if you go to roam because he has that Arcane Shift, is extremely safe. And there's the Xin Zhao we have been seeing as a counter to the Rumble. Once you pop that ulti, you have that massive AoE zone where the Rumble can't damage you with that equalizer unless he gets up in your face, and then you get him with your big old pokey stick.
And now time for Radiance to round on out the draft here. Is it going to be the Rumble in the jungle? Looks like it very likely is going to be here. Is Seraphine going to be the lock on in? Maybe going to be mid lane, maybe going to be bot lane there with the Rakan. Can be flexed back and forth with that Tristana, but looks like Bluster, he's got the Rumble prepped, and he's bringing it out here for the first time in Tier 2 thus far this season.
And I'm interested if this is going to be a Seraphine bot or mid. Because if you put a bot lane with the Rakan, that is a lot of obnoxious utility. But you can also put it mid lane as well. It can do okayish into the Syndra because you do have your heal and your shield, which helps you stomach her burst. But there's still a bit of a wrench in this draft here for us to figure out. That is the flex pick meta for you, Gordo, and we're going to be kind of scratching our heads, I feel, a little bit until we see these players lock them in Champion Select.
Yeah, you know it's Rumble Jungle, you know it's Rakan support, and pretty much everything but that is really up for grabs here. Radiance can take the rest of those three champions all over the place. Probably not Seraphine top, but other than that, it's probably the set in the top lane. You probably don't want to throw Tristana up there again, but you can do it, and you know that your matchup is going to be up against Viego. That should be a nice matchup for Tristana. There should be able to bully that melee pick, especially in their early levels. So, what the decision is for TC Porsche remains to be seen.
Yep, as we are starting up the draft champion select here, which will help us figure out some of these picks. I am leaning towards a Seraphine mid personally because I feel like that makes more sense. The Recon pairs well with the Tristana in terms of just trying to jump someone in the bot lane, try and get a little bit of a snowball going since you do have that very potent all in. There is the chance, and we always know that when there's a chance, sometimes the coin just flips on the side you did not expect it to here, Gordo.
Yeah, absolutely could be. These guys are both going to want to make a statement here in this first game. This is going to be a best of three series, so not going to be decided one way or the other here. But when we find out who the first winner is going to be, that's definitely going to affect the rest of the series going forward and the rest of the evening. As these guys are really showing off what their new rosters are going to be capable of draft wise. As we said, it's really at least three players have changed on both sides since last split. At least two players have changed on both sides since last tournament. So there's really a lot of potential for changes up here, or basically watching two fresh rosters go at it here, although they've already started off their seasons.
Yep. And we'll see what the schmoove is here. Because interestingly enough, Cyber did have his Kha'Zix available if he wanted to go for it, but did not opt to do so. Granted, the Shinzao definitely at home for him as one of those aggressive junglers. So, with both these jungle players here, Gordo, on these champions, the Shinzao, the Rumble, those are two champions that can dictate the pace of the game, can manage to push the lead once you start the snowball.
Yeah, absolutely can here. And these junglers are the guys we want to look at to dictate the pace of the game. Both of these guys super aggressive. We were saying in the pre-show, if you missed it, both super young up and coming junglers here, pretty much on their first year of competitive. And now both of them being given these super high priority picks in the jungle here, with the opportunity to have a lot of influence over these lanes. You can see that Texas seems to be busting out this Seraphine mid lane. It has been locked in for himself there. That would mean it's effects on the Tristana in the bot lane. Let's see how they're going to be able to execute on that and how these junglers are going to be able to influence some of these super swingy, aggressive matchups.
Mm-hmm. And especially how these junglers are going to interact with each other. Because if Cyber meets this Rumble in the jungle pre-6, I believe Cyber should have the advantage when he does hop on in with his 3 Talon Strike and the Audacious Charge, because the Rumble will not really be tanky enough to deal with that. That can be a big problem, because we know that Cyber, for better or worse, does like to invade. And that can be a bit of a patty flip, but at least the matchup is favoring him on this flip.
Yeah, and I'm going to be looking at Light Pulse for the side of Dig Mirage to really make something happen here with Cyber. You should feel like, I got to assume that in the early couple of levels, Viego doesn't do the best in the set, although I'm not the most familiar with the matchup. But Cinder should be bullying Seraphine. Tristana Rakan should probably have the push in that bottom lane. So it's really going to be up to Bard to roam around here with Cyber Xin Zhao to make plays happen, to get advantages for themselves here, because the push is not going to be in their favor for the early game.
Mm-hmm. It definitely isn't, and that free prio in any of your lanes really for junglers in this meta, this day and age, is such a big deal, because everybody talks about the crabs, talks about, oh my god, this jungler has a sub 3-minute clear time, or yada yada yada, all that fancy jazz. And having your homies be able to help you out if a scuffle does happen in that river around any of those crabs or objectives is always helpful. That being said, though, we are going to cut it to a short break here on the desk while we get everything set up for this all-important game number 1 of the Risen Champions Open Qualifier, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the open qualifiers for the Risen Champions League Tier 2 tournament here. We've got Game 1 of Dignitas Mirage up against Radiance. The drafts are all locked in. The level 1s are just going to be a pretty simple spread here from both sides.
No real surprises, not really any massive level 1 potentials here. Except from Light Pulse. I mean, that stun, or sorry, root is definitely a force of nature at that level 1. Still, probably just going to be the standard beep setup. Going to be keeping an eye here, though, on these junglers. Looks like they are both starting towards that top side so far. Do have time, though, to rotate down to their bot side if they so please. With this ping here by Eversong. Might just be the blue side start here for this Rumble. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is you see the mid laners have spotted each other out. They're just waiting for the waves to start crashing on up here. Doesn't look like there is going to be any action. Going to be mirrored starts here. Both junglers starting on their blue sides. So should expect that they can hopefully avoid each other once they get over towards those scuttle crabs. Maybe call it a win for Bluster, but Cyber going to have to find other ways to get that advantage early on.
Yep, it is going to be always a little tricky while I swallow a tiny piece of granola bar. Bit of a mid-break snack I did not finish. Either way, though, it is all done now. As with this level 1 start here in the bot lane for the side of Dig Mirage, does mean they are going to hit level 2 first, which is always very crucial against this Tristana Rakan lane. Means you don't have to worry about them immediately just jumping onto your hindquarters as soon as they hit level 2.
Yeah, really about denying them the level 2 power spike in particular. It is going to be Cow and Light Pulse in that level 2 first. Dragoon taking a little bit of abuse here in this top lane, but he's managing to sustain back up using his passive procs there, getting all of that health regen off of the triggers on the minions. Should be avoiding getting bullied too hard by TC Porsche. Definitely not going to want to have to blow that teleport too early on.
Yeah, blowing a teleport to get back to lane and losing like a wave to turret at like level 2 and 3 as a top laner. It's not fun. Put in layman's terms, put in professional terms, it sucks.
Absolutely does theirs. Now, DNA going to be taking that wave into turret here. We're just waiting for these first scuttles to spawn here. Another nice pull in from TC Porsche, going to a fair bit of damage on Dragoon, but he knows that this is not his point of strength. He's hoping to get up to that level 6, hoping to get that Heartbreaker available, go for some big reset team fights. He really just has to survive up against this set, and thus far he has been able to do just that. He's looking to pick up a fair amount of CS here as the wave crashes into his turret. Now his jungler is going to be the one that does end up picking up that top Scuttle Crab as well, so can't even really be punished for not having priority in that top lane.
Yep, it does also mean that this set for TC Porsche gonna get a free recall here. Gonna be able to come right back onto lane with a very nice pickup, neck cloth armor to just help him stay healthy in these trades, and then of course the boots to stay on top of Dragoon's Viego, because Viego is definitely a fast boy, definitely a slippery boy, but if you're able to outrun him, well, you can usually make up for your lack of dashes.
Yeah, the bot lane here. Cow and Light Pulse really managing to keep themselves even two ahead here, and that's really what they are going to be looking to do here. That Tristana has so much power early on, and the fact that they've been able to really mitigate that and avoid getting bullied out too hard by it, going to be a huge deal for them there. A lot of experience in this bottom lane on the side of Cow shows that he's not going to get cheesed out by that early Tristana, and he's keeping himself very strong here.
Yep, and a lot of that came from, well, they just immediately went to lane, did not leash for their jungler. So able to get that level 2 first and prevent any sort of shenanigans. That and also just kind of dictate a little bit of where the wave is, although now with some levels for that explosive shot here for Vex.
Dragoon turning it around in this top lane here now, has managed to take some control over the wave, has continued to throw those mists onto the wall, stay stealthed up, and poke TC Porsche from the invisibility, and is really showing a nice victory for it here. He should have the opportunity to go for a cheater recall if he wants, but he's really starting to bully out onto this set, maybe even earlier than we might have expected. There's a little bit of engage in the bottom lane, but both parties, they're healthy enough they'll be able to just walk on out here.
Dragoon is just taking over this matchup now. I thought TC Porsche would be doing pretty fine, especially after that free recall. But Dragoon now feeling confident in the matchup, healing up a little bit. Then, of course, getting a little bit of level ups himself. Hey, gonna be looking good here for Dragoon. I know Helix. God, I almost said it again. Helix was definitely.
He's never gonna come back, Gopher. You know, you've destroyed our relationship with Helix here.
That's okay.
So now it's gonna be a little bit of a gank coming through from Bluster here. He does get spotted.
Hey,
Cyber is here for backup as well. Dragoon goes in for the Heartbreaker. Isn't actually able to finish it off onto Porsche here, but he is taking incredibly low. Cyber coming on in for the dive. Should have the opportunity to get the first blood. Stabs forward, picks it up there, and now with the turret aggro taking over Dragoon, he's gonna have to walk out away. Manages to avoid it. DNA has shown up as well. Goes for the Unleashed Power, gets the stun, and picks up the double kill there for the side of Cyber. Dignitas Mirage off to a strong early start in the top lane.
Oh my god, that was just beautifully played. At first, I thought TC Porsche was going to be able to get out of there after dodging that Heartbreaker, but not quite. And importantly there, TC Porsche did not have the showstopper to be able to just interrupt someone there. And Cyber now 2-0 as this Shin's out. We know he can take over games. Now, as this aggressive snowball jungler in this Shin Zhao here, Gordo, well, he can look to take over quite a bit of this game.
Yeah, now Radiance, they want to make a trade here. They're going to be able to pick up that bottom Scuttle Crab. They're going to try to get some priority around this dragon, but they just were not first to the play. Cyber still coming down in this bottom lane is going to be available to interrupt anything like that, so they can't even really start it up here, and they're just still getting shoved on in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, of course. We'll have to see, because Tristana will have the shove power on this Ezreal since he naturally pushed waves thanks to the explosive shot passive, but also since he has the Noon Quiver too, is Ezreal, who has a longsword's worth of AD. If we're just talking about pure auto attack action here, well, you're not going to be catching up. Their sixth senses, their spidey senses must be tingling in. Hit Eversong. Gotta find something, but it don't matter.
Yeah, Cattier sees all three of them, goes in for the knock-up as they come on through with that magical journey, going to prevent the engage from coming on through. Not really doing too much other than that. The dragon still has not been started up by the side of Dig Mirage. They have the advantage on their Xin Zhao. They still don't feel like they're quite at the position where they want to get it started up, unless, of course, they spot out this Rumble on their vision, and then that's going to be the only kill button that they need.
They should be spotting out this Rumble. I believe he's by a ward. Does have the equalizer. DNA does not have flash either. Look for the encore.
Yeah, that's going to land onto him. Going to be charming on up onto the Syndra. DNA nicely going to push away the side of Bluster. They're going to prevent him from getting that engage. He escapes with just a sliver of HP. He's getting chased down now by Light Pulse's Bard. They're going to try to find this Rumble. He's stuck on the wrong side of the jungle, and he's got very few places left to go. He's already expended his flash. He's dead. He just has to find out where and when.
He could go for the execute here. I believe it has been long enough. Yeah.
All right.
It does kind of suck, but at least you don't give up gold, and at least you wasted a bunch of time, because we did see direct to camera and down there to the bottom where Vex and Eversong able to pick up a little bit of plating gold there. Should be a nice and free reset here, as there's this healthy CS lead for this Tristana. Ezreal does not really want to walk up 1 versus 2 to that matchup, I'll tell you that much. And now this Tristana should be in a very comfortable spot here, Gordo, to look to just kind of dictate the pace of the lane. Maybe not completely take over it, but you'll get to call a lot of the moves, as we do see a fight breaking out here.
Yeah, Porsche going to walk into 2 people in his own jungle, and they're looking to chase him down a little bit. Cyber not going to go for the stab. Here comes Bluster. Yeah, trying to make something happen here, as that's going to be a showstopper back into the turret. Dragoon just going to get on out of there with the Heartbreaker, but now here comes the collapse. The charm comes on through onto Dragoon. He's not long for the world. He's going to get burned down by the equalizer, and now it does look like Light Pulse just up here a little bit too far. He's going to go down as well. It's a double kill over to the side of Bluster, and he's looking to make it 3. He's just burning right through Cyber, gets the shutdown, gets the triple kill there, and it's completely turned around that top lane play. Bluster gets a nice advantage for himself in that top lane, as now Vex and Cow are going to go at in the bottom lane.
Man, they're just plays you kind of just feel in your bones in League of Legends, Gordo, and getting kind of stuck inside that Rumble equalizer is always something you feel. That will hurt quite a bit, as DNA's looking to contest this. There aren't any
Oh, that's a huge amount of damage, and an Electrocute proc landed there onto the side of
that's a
Bluster, and that
shutdown,
shutdown
big
is
light
going to be
pulse.
picked up solo, 1
That's a
versus 3 by
great
the side of
stun.
DNA. Light Pulse still chasing forward, still trying to pick up onto Texas here. They are trying to get the CC down onto Catiers. He is trying to dash on out of there. He managed to get another one onto Texas. They are going to be able to escape as a result, but that's going to be their Rift Herald play, completely thwarted by the side of Dig Mirage.
Man, oh man, and I mean, props to DNA there, just showing the pure comfort on this champion, knowing his limits, walking up to 2 and eventually 3 enemy champions doing that Rift Herald. That is definitely the sort of bravado and cojones you want to have here. And hey, works out beautifully for his team. You're able to get that very juicy shutdown. The 1 kill you do get is the shutdown worth a fat stack of gold. And then you have this Rift Herald while the plates are still up, which can get you an even fatter stack of gold here, Gordo. And we all know that the easiest way to beat your opponent of League of Legends is to bludgeon them to death with a bag of gold, because gold is a very dense material and can cause concussions very easily.
Absolutely can here, and it is getting stacked up by the side of DNA now with that big old shutdown here. He's taking some control from this middle lane. He's managing to really single-handedly take down that Rift Herald play and secure it for Cyber as well. We'll see what they're able to make happen off of that Rift Herald, but all of the credit for that needs to go over to DNA. That's some nice Syndra play, able to net him to kill in the top lane.
Of course, things have calmed down here. I say that though, Eversong in a little bit of danger, does have the battle dance, does have his little Rakan dash. So Rakan, despite being an engaged champion and being relatively squishy, unlike other engaged supports, well, you kind of have a way out at least to get out of bad situations, unlike the usual Nautilus, Alistar, Leona, who kind of go in and are stuck there. Herald, being popped on the mid lane, won't get this tower, but will take it down to just a single plate here. And that is a lot of extra gold here going to DNA, who should have got credit for all 4 of those. But oh, wait. Okay, that's his first tower as well. So if our beautiful observer could take a quick look at the gold here, because nearly 2,000 gold lead in the mid lane for this Syndra that DNA is more than comfortable on, to say the least. That is terrifying, to say the least here, Gordo.
Yeah, absolutely here. He's got a little nice CS lead for himself in the mid lane, and so much gold from each and every one of those turret plates, just slingshotting this Syndra well ahead of everybody else on the map. And he is in one-shot territory for, you gotta believe, any champion not named Set right now. So gotta be keeping that in the back of your mind if you're the side of Radiance. Anytime you walk into a bush, if there's even a chance that Syndra is there, you could get killed here. Or if you're just in lane, like Texas is right now, getting all in here, he's gonna land the Encore, but the Unleashed Power is still available. Texas is going to go down to DNA for the solo kill. DNA making use of that gold right away. And meanwhile, Cyber and Dragoon going to be going into this top lane. Heartbreaker comes on across from the side of Dragoon. He's going to pick up Porsche there. He's gonna take his soul as well. Get to clear away a wave as Set for just a moment here. It's another advantage over to the side of Dig Mirage as they're taking control back of the game.
And what a way to take control back in the game. Texas, I gotta ask you, like, that was an aggressive push-up in the mid lane. You know your enemy lane opponent can easily burst you and 1v1 you. So I feel like there might have been a little bit of a case of disrespect, as there's the all-in.
Yeah, it's going to be that battle dance used by the side of Eversong, trying to make something happen, but he just doesn't have the durability to dive that turret. Vex took so much damage from the turret shots, as well as that Ezreal. He's already so low, but that is going to be Bluster looking to make something happen here, but the wave is just not in a position where he can really get in there. There's wards in the tri-brush. He's going to have to return to his jungle.
Man, okay. Very close there in the bot lane. But that is one of the reasons why picking the Rakan when the Ezreal is already up can be a bit of a feels bad, man, given the fact that Ezreal can arcane shift out of your engage very, very easily, it would appear.
Absolutely can here. Is now DNA and Cyber, they're going to pair on up. They know how powerful they are as a mid-jungle duo. They're going to completely take over this red side. Red buff going to be stolen away by the side of Cyber. Vision going to be established for the side of Dig Mirage. And now this whole red side jungle is just going to have to be condemned by the side of Radiance. They can't risk going in there to farm on up their camps, because they could run into DNA or worse at any moment. As now Texas going to get stabbed on by Cyber there. Has to back on away. He is slowed down. That is going to be the Tempered Fate, but he has the backup. Eversong going to dive on in. Is going to get the stubble knock up. not really able to get anything else here. They're retreating back into the jungle. They're starting up the dragon. They have the numbers advantage, and Radiance might be able to pick themselves up a dragon here.
Look at what they are going to be losing for this. Radiance, they're going to want to get more bang for their buck out of this trade because they did lose the top tower. They're going to be taking a fat chunk on this top lane inner as well. And also going to be losing quite a bit of health here on this mid lane inner turret.
No, Texas.
Yeah, that was disrespectful pathing. If you are in a narrow choke point against a fed Syndra, never mind that, as there's the quickness.
Yeah, it's a 3-man dive onto Cow. That'll take him out, and they are able to pick up a nice little kill for the side of Vex, but Dragoon is teleported on down. He does have access to the Heartbreaker. He's going to use it to close the gap, trying to finish off onto Eversong, get the first reset. Isn't able to do so, doesn't quite have the damage in the tank. So now Vex is going to have to flash away there from that push from the side of DNA's Syndra. Cyber is here. He can try to execute this dive, as you said. There goes the dash in, trying to pick up onto Vex. They were going to get Eversong for their troubles. Vex is going to be able to escape with the rocket jump, but now Dragoon is going to be stunned on up. He's going to get taken down while still in the recon form, has no resistances. It's going to be a nice encore coming through from Texas to be able to trade back. All in all, it's a 2-for-1 in that extended play in the bottom lane, going in Radiance's favor. DNA, though, he's here. He's looking to pick up onto somebody. He doesn't have the unleashed power quite yet, but still is a force to be reckoned with. Yes, there's a mild amount of tension in the rift here. You'd think it's a bit of a teenage love drama, but it isn't. Although, I mean, I don't know where I was going with that butt point. But we got some teenagers in this game. I don't know about love going on, but there's definitely some competition here between these two squads. I mean, you gotta love your duo partner in the bot lane just a little bit, you know, your homies. I mean, definitely fair. If you don't love your support / AD carry a little bit, that's bad for your synergy. I'm not a coach or like wellness expert, but take my word for it. Say, gotta feel certain emotions for your duo partner if you do want to show success here. As DNA is going to get spotted on out here by a word from Light Pulse. Not quite going to be able to pick up the snare onto anybody or any stuns. Cyber is here. Can make everybody get on out of the way there with that Crescent Slash. Isn't even going to end up needing to, though. All things said and done, though, this game definitely feels fairly even, all things considered. The biggest differences, of course, will be in the solo lanes, just thanks to the farm and tower differential, and, well, if you happen to be DNA, the body count differential. And if you happen to be DNA, the turret plate differential still just so far ahead of Texas from those that he were able to pick up early on. He's got a 3K gold lead individually. That is nuts. For the side of DNA here. Texas, yeah, he's playing a supportive champion. Yeah, he's really only here to provide the encore CC, a little bit of buffing and shielding for his teammates, but DNA really showing him up here, really going to have a massive lead for himself on this Syndra, and still is really warping the whole game around himself. Yeah, that and DNA has finished his second item now. First person on the Rift to finish their second item, so it's going to be pretty easy for him to pop through people, to say the least. Right news for Radiance, they are able to get their first tower of the game here in this bot lane. You have to be careful in the top lane, because Dragoon was able to secure that Rift Herald in the top side. Can look to really pressure this top lane inner turret with it, and make things a bit of a nightmare as they see the catch out. That's a lot of damage, but yeah, it's barred. That's a good Tempered Fate, actually. Tempered Fate gonna come back. DNA and Cyber looking for the engage here, but it's a trap. It was a trap all along. Is the Encore gonna come across onto two targets? They're gonna melt through DNA in an instant and pick up that shutdown for the side of Bluster. He's gonna make that a double kill as well. All this gold being funneled right on to the Rumble. Bluster once again finds a nice pick in the jungle with the help of Texas's Encore. Picks up 2 kills for none in the side of Radiance. And just like that in a near instant, those are some massive 2 kills picked up. All going to this Rumble as well, like you mentioned. Rumble should be able to kind of melt through everyone on the enemy team, especially with his Void Staff second. I do think that might be a little bit overkill, because I don't think we'll be seeing too much raw MR quite yet on the enemy team, but it is future-proofing, of course. Whew, but I don't want to be on the receiving end of that equalizer for this dragon coming up, if that happens to be the call here.
course, Radiants don't exactly have to fight over it. It is a single ocean dragon and would not really be the biggest deal when you have these kind of big reset timers to go off of and some big old items to purchase.
Certainly is the case here. Meanwhile, Cow has been scaling up this entire game, still only has one item to his name, but is going to be quite the poke force on this Ezreal here. The side of Radiance, they really need to be forcing these engages the way they just did, but they have the tools to do it. They have Rakan coming on in there with the quickness. They have the Encore to charm up as many targets as possible. That fight, like in the jungle, is exactly what Radiance wants to make happen. They want to CC everybody down. They want to win the fight before it really even begins, because in these extended pokey fights or anywhere where Dragoon's able to get resets, that is just where Digmirage is really going to thrive with this composition.
Yeah, it is hard for Radiance, though, with this composition, because you want that Encore to be hitting the back line, but your main engage happens to be this Rakan and Chang off, and never mind. I think Texas is in mild danger.
Yeah, absolutely is. Cyber going in for the big flash engage, but they're not able to finish him off fast enough. Dragoon going to end up being taken down here in trade. Lightpulse going to fall down as well. They are finally able to take down the Seraphine, but at what cost is Cyber going to be finished off by the side of Vex? It's a 3-for-1 in the bottom lane off of an overforce by Digmirage, and Radiance going to once again take the lead for themselves.
Okay, that was insanely aggressive, and they tried killing the Seraphine. And they almost did. Encore's a hell of a drug, and now with those 3 members down, importantly, that jungler, also very importantly, the super fed top laner who can kind of shred through everyone on your team, also gone. So now you have this 2-item Tristana and the rest of your team to just kind of shred on through this Baron. Of course, there is the teleport coming out in that top lane. This Baron already almost down, but there's the Tempered Fate. What is going to happen here, Gordo?
Yeah, Dragoon coming on in, looking to try to get a reset. He's on his torch right away. He's trying to finish him on off. Here he comes. The Heartbreaker is still going to be available soon. He finishes off on a Seraphine, steals it away. He's trying to get the resets as many as possible. Manages to finish off on a TC Porsche, but nobody has any dashes. Nobody has any way to get over the wall. So the Baron going to go over to the side of Radiance. They're not going to be able to pick up more than just the 2 targets. Bluster going to have to head for the hills here a little bit. He's got a big shutdown on him. Doesn't want to end up giving that one over to Dragoon as well. He has been able to produce enough distance now. And the side of Digmirage, they're not going to want to repeat that inhibitor turret dive that they just showed in the bottom lane. So they're going to have to back on away here. A huge influx of gold, though, from that Baron on Radiant's going to buy them a huge amount more time to keep scaling up, and now they don't even want to wait. Vex going to be going on in here along with his support. They're going to try to pick up on the Cow right away. They managed to get the shutdown, and now Lightpulse left all alone, left out to dry, going to be taken down before his team can show up. Now Dragoon and DNA have shown up as well. They've got Cyber here for the flank, trying to get the CC down, but Eversong is able to jump to Vex. Vex is able to rocket jump away. They've produced enough distance. They can escape now, and now a teleport coming on through from TC Porsche. He's respawned. He's going for the play. That's going to be Bluster throwing down the equalizer, landing it onto nobody, but Dragoon still has to head for the hills here. There's so much movement speed, so many dashes available for the other side. They're going to be able to try to close down onto him. Dragoon has just managed to throw down the stealth. He's got enough distance. He gets away in that mist, but still another extended play that goes in the favor of Radiance. There's just no answers here from the side of Mirage.
And it is extremely scary now, because this is a fed Tristana. Never mind that.
Oh, there's the full engage coming on through the Encore lands for the 3 members once again. Once again, Bluster just melts right through 2 targets. This kid cannot stop picking up kills. He's sitting at 8-3-3 on this Rumble, and they're dominating Digmirage now. They've scaled up enough. They've decided, you know what? It's time for our team fight comp to start team fighting, and they're winning them every single time.
Man, and that could have not come at a better time, because I was just about to make a point, Gordo, about, well, now there's this super fed Tristana who has a Rakan and Seraphine to shield and heal him on up and to peel the living hell out of him. He was able to survive the entire burst of DNA there, thanks to the homie squad there. That's the reason why you always dial up a homie, so to speak. And if you throw all of that at a Tristana and cannot finish her off, well, that is going to bode even worse for the up-and-coming fights. So the Baron should be... the Baron buff should be coming off here in just a second. Not too much longer left on that, but Radiant's gonna be feeling comfortable with that gold swing to bring this game back to dead even.
Absolutely here, and Vex, the veteran voice on this Radiance team. We were talking about it earlier on this fairly young squad. Vex is the one with the most experience here, and now he's got a huge amount of gold in his pocket. He is substantially ahead of Cow on the other side, has almost as big of a lead as DNA does over Texas. And he's not going to let that go. He's going to be responsible with that lead on this Tristana and look to carry his team through to finish out this game.
My pulse is looking a little bit for this. I think it's just more so for this base siege. These members in the top lane, they also don't have Vex here as well, so this is kind of free. Texas is caught out, and Texas is going to have a rough time.
Yeah, Radiant's so late to this play, but they're going to try to take it anyway. The Encore comes across onto as many members as possible. TC Porsche gets the showstopper, pulling Cyber in under the Nexus turrets. The shots come across, but they're blocked by the Crescent Guard. Now there's 4 members versus 1 in the base. TC Porsche going to finish off the kill onto Cyber, and the rest have to run for the hills. DNA taken down incredibly low by the side of Bluster. He's going to have to head for the hills. He gets away with the help of that mist being thrown down by the side of Dragoon. But once again, Radiance, even though they're late to the play, they pick up 1 kill for nothing. They keep their inhibitor turret alive, and they once again have the advantage on the map.
And that's the reason why this Radiance comp can be such a royal pain in the ass to deal with, because you think, yes, we caught out this Seraphine, we can burst her, but Texas able to have the fast trigger finger on that flash, able to have the help of that Recon, of that Encore, and then just stay alive. Like, that's gotta feel bad here for Digmig, and they are going to be a little bit on the back foot here, of course, not entirely out, and they still have some very massive threats here. They just kind of have to start being wary about this Seraphine, who had a extremely rough laning phase and fell massively behind, to say the least. But now Texas is just kind of getting to get a lot of cheater life bars, I guess.
Yeah, they definitely are here. The respawns have come on through. We're back to 5 versus 5 on the map, but now for the first time in a long time, Radiance, they have the gold lead back in their pockets. They have the dragon lead. They don't quite have the turret lead yet, but they've really started to come online. We talked about how fed Vex is, and Radiance, they're getting dangerously close to being super favored to win this game. They're positioning around the Baron here. Dig Mirage, they need to show back up for what they were showing in the early game here. They need to find themselves some more picks. Need to get some resets onto Dragoon, because otherwise Radiance is just going to keep running over them here with these team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like we are going to see a lot of this game come to a head here in this up-and-coming Baron. We got under 35 seconds till it's up here. Everybody is going to be tip-dancing around here, dropping awards, pushing out the side lanes here, Gordo, because both these teams know that this Baron is going to be a very big deal, and will kind of help really sway the game in whoever's favor of whoever gets it. Oh, Lord. All right.
Definitely will.
Down the wrong pipe.
It's all right. Keep breathing. Go for Reno. It's got a whole lot of series to get through tonight. Going to need your help for them. Now, Eversong has a huge flank here. The double stun going to come on across. Here comes the Tempered Fate, but now Eversong going in for the engage, going to be getting as many snares as possible on with that quickness. Here comes the Showstopper into the middle of everybody. DNA left a little bit out to dry. He's going to have to back on out there through that magical journey. TC Porsche is in the middle of everybody else. He's going to end up being taken down, though, the first to fall in the fight. Now Dragoon has his first reset. Can look to take that one further with this set that he's stolen away. He has the reset on the Heartbreaker, but isn't going to be able to close that gap as of yet. It's a 5 versus 4 thus far. Dig Mirage have the control. Vex, though, returns with a couple of shots over the wall. Eversong looking for the knockup, but going to get pushed back by that Scatter the Weak. Those look like they're going to be disengaging for the time being, but just like that, Dig Mirage looking for more of the fight. They throw down the stealth. Dragoon going to come on out, going to try to land that stun, going to get it onto Vex, but not going to be able to follow up with the help of his team. They're just going to head back for the Baron. They know they have this numbers advantage. Recall coming on across from Cal, but he's going to find them as they try to walk on in through here. They're going to clear away the wards, make sure that they can't be spotted. Dragoon jumping on out, going for the stuns. Not able to get on anybody, though.
Keep in mind, TC Porsche does have teleport when he respawns here, so this will be a 5 versus 5.
Yeah, Porsche already back on up here, and Dig Mirage, they're going to have to kind of sacrifice what they've won here. Eversong has regened back up a little bit there with the help of those Qs. They haven't been able to land any poke damage off of the Ezreal, just like that. Cow is going to come on in, trying to land it here, but the Baron has already been started up by the side of Radiance. They're coming back from their recall. They've gotten back their health, but TC Porsche, he's here as well. Tempered Fate, going to land on Texas. That's the go button that they need. The dive forward, come through from Cyber. Texas has already been taken down before anything can even get started. Cyber going to take down another member as well. It is going to be Eversong. Vex trying to get the resets, trying to get the fight going for himself, but he just can't do it. His team's been taken down too quickly. Vex going to have to rocket jump on out of the fight. It's a 3-for-1 in favor of Dig Mirage. They strike back, and they're going to claim this Baron.
And Texas finally falls down after being caught out by that Bard ultimate, because time and time again we've seen him kind of inch out, barely survive it. But this time around, he is going to drop here. That is a massive fight, to say the least here, Gordo, because I was saying this Baron is going to be kind of a big deal here. And now with that definitive fight being taken by the side of Dignitas Mirage, now that they will be able to control the pace of the game, because you can put DNA in a side lane, you can put Dragoon in a side lane, and they can kind of burst whoever comes to try and deal with them. And Radiance is going to be suffering from that, to say the least.
Yeah, now Dig Mirage have the Baron buff to set up for this next dragon. They can stop Radiance's stack from coming on across. They can stop them from getting themselves onto Soul Point here with the help of this Baron. Although, could be a little fight coming through here in the mid lane.
Vex is, yeah, a little out of position. He does have Flash and Rocket Jump, so does have that safety net. They are going to have to walk of shame, though, around here, though, to get to their turret, the outside route, so to speak. And Dignitas will be able to get this whole ass wave to just push on in and start really taking away. And look for those scatter the weaks here, Gordo, because when one of them lands, DNA can look to pop some.
Yeah, and Dragoon can
Never
look at the
mind
reset
that.
of that, but that's a
Never
four-man
mind
knockup
that.
coming on through from the side of Cat Ears. An insane play to be followed out up with an insane equalizer. Going to pick up 3 kills instantly for the side of Bluster. He's going to turn it into a quadra kill as well as they finish off on a Cyber. Dragoon is the last man standing. He has to head into the jungle and go for a recall. And Radiance dominate the fight and take control back.
Is this going to be game? We do have 30 seconds on the death timers. There is no Baron buff, though, here for this Radiant squad, so it might just be a case of picking up this inhibitor and running. Who knows, though, because they are committing for this. Dragoon does, very importantly, though, have a Baron buff still, and that will help stall this out just a tiny bit longer for the homies to come on back up. This is going to be a nail-biter, but Radiance is going for it, Gordo. They're looking to take this game 1, baby.
Yeah, Dragoon goes in for the fight, but he gets melted down instantly. The Nexus turrets are done. The Nexus soon to follow. Tempered Fate not going to buy them enough time. And Radiance are going to come back and take game 1 here in a banger of a first game to start on off Risen Champions.
Man, okay. I did not think this game would go that way after we saw how it went early on, because Digmig, by all means, they kind of have the advantage at first. And it wasn't until the later stages of the game where we saw them make some over-aggressive fights, some over-aggressive dives here, Gordo, that Radiant started getting some kills and gold under this Tristana's belt. And we saw that when that wombo combo worked of the Rakan, of the Seraphine, of that Rumble, with the Tristana as insurance, of course, Radiance just kept winning every single team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And every time Dig Mirage went over aggressive, every time they slipped up, it was Bluster who was there to pick up all the kills, all the gold, funnel it all into himself. And it all culminates in that last fight where the 4-man knockup comes through, the 4-man charm comes through, and all of it just forces every single member of Mirage to stand on that equalizer and melt down to Bluster's Rumble. It was his first game on the pick and showing that he can play it with the best of them.
Yep. And hey, this means game number 2 is definitely going to be a banger here, because game number 1 was this close, and now both these teams have a feel for each other. How the vibe of the series is going to be, that only means game number 2 is going to be even spicier here, Gordo.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're going to have to go back to the drawing board here a little bit if you're the side of Dig a Mirage. Clearly putting DNA on Comfort up against this substitute mid laner. It might net you a little bit of an advantage early, might net you nearly a Flame Horizon in CS, but will it net you a Nexus? Will it net you a game win? It looks like the answer might not necessarily be yes here. They just were not able to transition that lead effectively. They weren't able to end up on top at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. But we'll have to see. Maybe it was a bit of a more team-wide issue with just some communication. Who knows? Well, we certainly won't really until this next game starts here and see how Dignitas Mirage do want to respond, Gordo.
Yeah, definitely are going to watch on out here. They got a couple of priority picks for themselves here. They got the Xin Zhao, they got the Ezreal, they got the Vitheo, but it's not the Vitheo, the Viego. Thinking of some European mid laners there for today, I suppose, mixing them up with champions. But that's going to be a huge win for the side of Radiance here. You know, they're coming on in with a substitute with more roster changes than Mirage. They were not our pick coming on in that pre-show. They weren't Keelix's pick. They weren't any of our pick, but really showing that they are a force to be reckoned with here. Bluster in particular. So really want to keep an eye on what this young jungler is going to bust out for the rest of this series.
But we will have to wait until game number 2 to see, as we take a break here on the desk and get a set up for the game number 2. But don't get anywhere, our beloved viewers, because I mean, you saw game number 1, and you probably don't want to miss this game number 2. In fact, probably call your friends to tune on in. Probably a bit more exciting than LCS, but I digress. We'll catch you there.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Risen Champions League Open Qualifiers matchup numero uno between Dignitas Mirage and Radiance here. Just saw Radiance take game number one in a big comeback, and we are well and under our way into draft here for game number two. We're going to see the Nocturne locked in for the side of Dig Mirage, and the Ezreal going to come through from Radiance this time.
Man, oh man, and Nocturne was banned away last time around. Cyber is one of the players who does still play the Nocturne jungle, so that is that super potential triple flex. It does mean, though, that the Ezreal, which can be such a nuisance, does fall over to Radiance's hands, and we'll see what Vex is able to do with that as Porsche. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Gonna be running it back with the set here. What is Dignitas Mirage gonna be doing here, Gordo? Because maybe things fell apart a little bit for them in the shot calls last time around, but now if you have a Nocturne, now if you have a Rumble, you just kind of can shot call from halfway across the map, it feels, with those ultimates.
Yeah, I got to assume it's going to be the solo lane Nocturne then with the Rumble in the jungle, and they're going to pair that up with the Nautilus at support, going to try to get some lockdown to keep people on top of that equalizer. Going to be the lock-on in for the first round of Dig Mirage. And now Radiance, they got pretty much their pick here. They can take a support to pair up with their Ezreal here to face off against that Nautilus, knowing that they're going to be able to ban away a few 80 carries, or they could take a jungler here to pair off against that Rumble. It does look like it's going to be the former. It's the Alistar going to be locked on in the bottom lane. Now Radiance, they're not even going to ban 80 carries. They're going to ban solo laners.
There are still some powerful 80 carries available if Dignitas Mirage do so please. Like the Kaisa is still available. There is also the Bears, who did definitely take a noticeable hit this patch, so we have been seeing them fall in priority. What is the answer going to be, though? Because with said Alistar, that definitely is a lot of great tools here to deal with the Nocturne and Nautilus diving in towards you, and just give them a hard time when they try and mess up your back line.
Yeah, Callista ban going to come on across as well, going to keep that Ezreal even safer. The options do start to dwindle away for the side of Dignitas Mirage. The Varus, though, going to still be an available option, although is a little bit nerfed. We've seen some other choices to be taken into Ezreal here. I suppose it's up to what Cow does feel comfortable playing. The Seraphine now has been banned away. The Zillion as well, keeping these enchanters off the table for the side of Texas. Know that he might be a little bit uncomfortable in this mid lane position on a new team up against DNA. See what they do want to take for him here, or if they do want to maybe take a jungler here, save that mid lane counter pick for the very end, or they can keep it unclear, lock in Viego.
That is the power of the Viego, but Dragoon actually going to be locking in the Darius here, and we didn't think we'd be seeing this all series long, but he does get his Panda Darius, and that is going to make it pretty rough here in the top lane for Porsche, to say the least. Sure, Sut can go into melee range, can go blow for blow with Darius. It's just Darius is such a menace who is designed to more or less 1v1 anyone who gets within his kill zone. And, I mean, Dragoon is one of the best, if not the best, Darius players on the NA servers, so Porsche is going to be having a bit of trouble here in the top lane as Vladimir?
Okay, it's going to be the Viego in the jungle coming through from Bluster here, looking to repeat what is a fantastic Rumble performance in game number one. And meanwhile, it's going to be the Vladimir lock-in for the side of Texas. He's going to look to just survive up against this Nocturne mid coming through from DNA. Should be able to do so pretty safely here, and he's going to look to farm up and take some of these team fights later on. Another team fight comp for the side of Radiance, this time pretty firmly so, and also up against a bit of a team fight comp from the side of Dig Mirage as well, as they got that Darius looking for all of his resets. They got all the damage that's going to be brought by a Kaisa. They got Equalizer for a Rumble, and a little bit of backup on the Nautilus, but Radiance, they're really going to be looking to scale on up here and take these 5v5s.
Yeah, Dignitas Mirage has a little bit of damage on their side, to say the least here. They are more or less a swarming death ball that can use some pretty big ultimates and delete you pretty fast. They do also have, well, near obnoxious side lane threat here with the Nocturne, with the Darius, and even the Rumble, who should be able to participate very easily. I'm curious to see how this Vladimir matches up towards that Nocturne in the mid lane, assuming it is going to be that Vladimir into the Nocturne, as Vladimir should have a pretty darn hard time against that Darius, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely should here. And TC Porsche on this set, he was having a rough time up against Dragoon's Viego in game number one. After that level four was ticked over, it was really just Dragoon controlling the mid or the top lane wave better, getting the push in over and over again, bullying out onto Porsche's set. And now he's really on a hell of a lot more of a lane bully than he was in the previous game. He's on his patented Darius, and TC Porsche, he's going to really have to tighten up his play, really going to have to keep his eyes on Dragoon at all times, make sure that he's not going to end up falling behind here in this matchup.
It is gonna be a nightmare matchup to say the least. Every single top laner kind of hates playing the Darius matchup, for a good reason, except for Quinn mains. But that's a special case. Either way, though, Dragoon is going to be a force of nature in these side lanes, and that can just be a major pain to deal with because we saw Dragoon was winning the 1v1 last time around as that Viego, up until there was some problems with some ganks in that top side that he had to deal with. Oh no, I'm getting my games mixed up. But once the team fights did break out and he did have to go in and start eating those massive wombo combos, it's always a bit of a a bit of a hard pit to stomach, to say the least. Hey, on his comfort champion, on his most played champion, maybe it's going to be a different show this time around, Gordo.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really excited to see Bluster's Diego. This guy's got a really deep champion pool. He's shown he's been drawing Kane bans for the past two games and all over the place in Cup last month. And now he's busting out this Diego. We know that it can be played in the jungle. We know that it's even being pushed a little bit further there, given how some of the patch notes have shaken out here. That he gets full regen on or in the future at least, he will get full regen off of jungle camps, but less against minions. But really excited to see him now on what is going to be a true carry for himself, just like that Rumble in the last game. He's going to be looking to get those resets on the Viego, take control of a bunch of different champions, and really dominate this game.
Yeah, and we saw what happened last time around when he was able to get those kills. Sure, he didn't get the initial ones because we saw Cyber get the first two kills of the game, but we saw Bluster able to fire back with a triple kill of his own as that Rumble. And the Viego is able to melt through people quite easily as well. Of course, you don't have that equalizer to melt them from two screens away, but you have a lot of big old stabby damage if they do happen to get in your face. And there is going to be a lot of get in your face action from this Dignitas Mirage team here, Gordo. And Radiance is just going to be kind of playing around. Well, we know you're kind of coming towards us. Let's see how much we can just kind of CC you and damage you along the way and see how it rolls out.
Yeah, and my eyes are going to be on Cyber and Light Pulse here, as they are the primary engagers for this squad, along with DNA's Nocturne, of course. But, particularly Light Pulse was able to have some great plays on the Bard in the last game, landed some really sick tempered fates to get some plays started, but they just couldn't always be followed up on by the team the way that you might hope. Now he's on this Nautilus. He can be reaching out with the dredge lines. He should be a little bit closer to his team while going for those sorts of plays. He should be able to be this big, beefy frontliner duoing up with that Nocturne and with that Darius. Really going to be looking for him in particular to get these fights started in the way that they want to, because if Radiance, they're able to kite it back, if they're able to stay alive for a substantial amount of time, and they certainly have the tools and the regen to be able to do so, then they're going to win these extended fights.
Yeah, and Dignitas Mirage, they kind of want to play it like popcorn. You want to get the pop, and if you don't get the pop, then it's not really going to be the best sort of showing for you, because after that, you don't really have as much juice in the tank, so to speak, as the Radiant squad, who will be able to melt through you fairly easily. But at the very least, we are going to be seeing explosive team fights here once again, Gordo, in this game number 2.
And it appears we may have been bamboozled at least a little bit here. Go for Eno is seeing this client draft coming on through. TC Porsche is the one who's locked in the Vladimir. Texas is the one who's locked in the set. These champions definitely can be flexed around here, but now even more so going to look to TC Porsche in this top lane. He's now got a counter pick for himself in the form of this Vladimir. He has opted to play this up against Dragoon's Darius, but he's a lot squishier, you know? He's got the pool to try to escape from some of these all-ins, to maybe dodge away from a Noxie and Guillotine, but he's also just going to take a whole bunch more damage from the base skills and auto attacks of Darius. He's not going to have that health regen or that big shield that Set provides. He's going to have to really make sure that he doesn't step up too far, that he doesn't take any position or fight that he isn't supposed to, or Dragoon is just going to make him pay for it.
Yeah, thankfully though, like you said, Vladimir does have some tools, especially that blood pull to dodge out on that hook. Especially if you also take phase rush, get some early tier 2 boots, that can help out a bunch with just kind of playing around the Darius's range. Because if this Vladimir is able to tiptoe around that Darius's range, just use the blood transfusion to keep yourself topped up and dodge out of any potential hooks. This will be a much better time here for TC Porsche compared to if he was walking into that Darius's face. It does remain to be seen, as there is a bit of an error here in the client draft, so sadly we will be having a little bit of extra time here. Oh no. Okay, so we're gonna probably have to cut it to a break now because there seems to be certain technical errors for one of these players.
Yeah, we'll get these things sorted out as quickly as we possibly can, but we are going to throw it to a quick break here while we do get these sorted out. But we're going to be right back with the drafts that you've already seen in just a couple of moments. Welcome back, everybody, to the open qualifiers for this season of Risen Champions League. Got Dig Mirage up against Radiance here. Radiance were able to take a big comeback in game one, and now Dig Mirage have struck back, giving Dragoon his Darius. He's taken the Ghost. He's looking to dominate up in this top lane, but first and foremost, just going to see that standard spread coming on out here. So everybody's going to be getting ready to go to their lanes.
Yep. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. As do you like how both these supports, I believe both games so far, they started with the yellow trinket, placed it and immediately backed and picked up a sweeper. It's always a good little strat, you know. You can do that. In fact, in the starting moments of the game, I believe we can see the two wards there by that mid lane. I also do like this light pulse hover in the mid lane in case there happens to be any sort of delayed invade coming out from the side of Radiance onto his homies. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case, but better safe than sorry is the scout's code I hear.
Yeah, that definitely is going to be the code here. So there's going to be a little bit of a delayed invade coming through from the side of Dig Mirage on this top side. They are going to force Bluster out of there. He does not want to mess around with this three-man squad of Dig Mirage at all, so he's going to path all the way around here, looking to start on his blue side, presumably at those wolves.
Yep, as I just quickly close my door because I just remembered it's open and I don't want stream hearing any random sounds from the hallway. Either way, though, both these junglers going to be starting on off here in the red side of the jungle. That does always open up the question, is Bluster going to get 3 buffed? That's a nice little hook. There isn't a level 2 to really back it up. And since Tail 9, the cow, not the cow, because the cow is the Hit Ever song, but does not quite have his Plasma Blast yet. Never mind that, since Cyber did start up topside Texas.
Yeah, Cyber going aggressively in this mid lane. Texas going to have to head for the hills, but meanwhile, Light Pulse taking a lot of damage in the bot lane as well. Going to go back in with Dredge Line onto Vex, trying to pick something up. They aren't able to quite get all those Plasma procs. Meanwhile, Texas, he's getting chased away by DNA. He's going to have to flash away from the Duskbringer. It's going to be a big lead in the early game for DNA in that middle lane. Texas going to have to take that recall. Going to have it interrupted as well. So many struggles here for this set in the middle lane. Early on, he's going to be set behind early, and he's going to have a lot of trouble catching back up.
Definitely will, of course, so thankfully it is the set into Nocturne matchup, so it's not like the Nocturne Insta-Burst. There's another good hook in the bot lane, but Light Pulse might just be worse for wear here. Thankfully, no Ignite. Both these supports are looking for the plays here, and both these supports are keeping their carries alive, which is definitely very thankful.
Yeah, Eversong gets a nice punt of Light Pulse, nearly getting him inside of turret range. He just barely skirts around the edge of that. One turret shot would have been the end of that Nautilus. Does manage to stay alive, but Light Pulse is going to have to take the recall now. It's Texas and DNA going at it here. A nice block with the spell shield, going to give DNA that bonus attack speed that does come with the trigger. Texas once again going to be taken down incredibly low, and you got to believe now is the time for the recall. He's going to fall back to his inner turret, head back to base, get some items, get some health.
Yeah, because one of the more important things in this matchup, I feel, for the set is you do really want to have a good timing on your Haymaker, because if you're able to use the Haymaker to buffer out the Nocturne going in on you and buffer out some of that Nocturne, it can help a lot. We can see that when you don't have the Haymaker up, that Nocturne's able to kind of go in on you and just start wailing away, which is always a bit of an oofer here for Texas. It's going to be aiming for the early steel caps, though, which will definitely be very appreciated in this matchup and help him weather the storm a bit more. Bluster in the top lane, though, with these double buffs, Dragoon does have Ghost and Flash, though, so this might just be a bit of a tempo gank here to help his teammate. Never mind, there's the teleport. Porsche is in danger.
Yeah, Cyber's coming on up as well, trying to make sure they can get the damage here. They're going to force back Porsche. They're going to force out Bluster. That means that this pressure gank that you were talking about, Gopherino, it doesn't really end up coming through for the side of Radiance. There's just more pressure available for Dig Mirage here. The push of the Nocturne in the mid lane going to enable him to be able to take that teleport without losing out on too much CS. They're going to force Porsche into an unfortunate recall situation. He's going to teleport back to lane.
Yeah, and that is one of the big things I was talking about for this Vladimir here for Porsche, because yes, it was a 2 versus 1, but you guys were kind of backing off, and then that hook hits you, and then you are in for a world of pain and have to use your flash take on and out. Of course, though, Dragoon does expend the Ghost, and then DNA does also expend the teleport, so technically a summoner spell advantage. I guess, but it's gonna leave you worse for wearing this top lane, especially with Cyber gonna be hanging around. Never mind that though, because Bluster gonna be forcing out the flash immediately as Cyber does have the boots, or sorry, the move speed rune for summoners. Yeah, that one. I forgot.
Yeah, definitely is going to have to back on away here. But meanwhile, DNA and Texas going at it, but Texas definitely has some backup.
Ooh.
DNA going to flash away from the headbutt pulverized combo of Kid Eversong. Going to be the flash blown from DNA to match his lane opponent there. Now, that's going to be the roam from Alistair, getting a little bit done. Meanwhile, Light Pulse still just hanging out in the bottom lane, getting the push in with his duo partner. Let's see if that missing CS for Vex is going to have enough of an impact that it's worth keeping him in the bot lane, worth keeping that pressure up while Eversong goes in for the roam in the mid.
Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? As Texas gonna be coming out worse for wear once again in that trade, but is not having to blow the flash to stay alive, thankfully. That's nice. Dragoon, importantly, has level 6 in this top lane, so you can see the immediate fear from Porsche. I like this respect coming up for the Vladimir, because Darius, even with just Adorned Shield, is kind of a thorn in your side to deal with, and if he hooks you, well, he's probably going to be an axe in your head sort of pain.
Absolutely is going to be there. Dragoon has a massive CS lead for himself built up already, and now does have access to the Noxie and Guillotine. He has a lot of all-in potential now on this Darius. It's going to have to be something TC Porsche keeps weighing in the back of his mind. Recalls coming on across from multiple members of Mirage here. They're looking to get back out on the map, looking to potentially get something started here. It's going to take a little bit of time, apparently.
Yeah, and it's kind of amazing because we've seen how aggressive this game has been so far. We've seen skirmishes in every lane. We've seen ganks in every lane. Still killless, though, and definitely props to the teams here, Gordo, for these nerves of steel, because this is an important match. In Swiss format, every single match is important as we have a fight here in the bot lane.
Oh, Light Pulse, he just takes a hook that he didn't want to there, gets onto the minion, but now the Execute going to come on through as Cow flashes forward, gets the last Plasma proc, but now Vex looking to trade it back here, taking out incredibly low. A nice killer instinct to stay alive with the shield comes through from Cow, and he manages to escape in the bottom lane, claiming both of the summoner spells from Vex, but using his own in the process. It's a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane, but the first blood does come on through for the side of Radiance, but of course, does go on to the Cow rather than Cow, who does manage to pick up the other kill.
Yeah, talk about caster curse. Right as that happens, we see the first blood come out, but most importantly in that bot lane is that Cow was able to get a kill, and that is going to be outweighing the first blood gold going over to this support. Dragoon does have the angle in, there is a pool available, and yep, good timing by Porsche there after popping the phase rush there. He's able to outrun the Darius fairly well, and then with the pool you're able to, you know, dip and dive on out, which is always nice.
Yeah, Apprehend going to be dodged away from by the pool, so is going to be not too much of a loss here for the side of Porsche, but you can see the trading potential of this Darius. Again, Porsche going to be forced to back on away, can't risk getting all in a similar situation now that his health's been chunked on out, and he doesn't have the teleport to return to lane either, so he's probably going to lose a plate here. He's going to lose a lot of this minion wave as well. Dragoon just going to keep his advantage going higher and higher.
Let's see what happens, because yeah, I do like that you pointed that out. That is the fun aspect of laning against Darius when you don't get to lane, which is kind of weird to say because usually when you queue up for top lane you want to play the game. Never mind that though, there's the Hex Slash over the wall. That is a good spot, but do they have the kill pressure though?
Yeah, a lot of damage coming through onto Night Pulse. He does have that Hemo Plague on top of him and is going to trigger here, but Texas is coming on down for the cutoff. He picks up a nice kill onto Light Pulse there. Another freebie in the pocket of Radiance. They keep managing to win out these trades in the bottom lane. One kill was picked back up by Cow last time. This time, no such luck. They are going to lose some pressure in that bottom lane. They've got TC Porsche down there who came to try to make a difference, but that's going to set him even farther behind. Vex has gone up top to try to catch the wave from Dragoon, but he's at a lot of risk here. As now DNA going to find the engage here on a Kid Eversong, going to fear him right back in to that, that equalizer. That's going to be another pickup here for their side as DNA going to be pushed on out there by Texas.
Tit for tat blows traded across the map here, and once again, this is a very evenly matched game here. Neither of these teams being phased or spurred on by the results of the last outing we saw here on the Rift. With that nice pickup though here, it does mean First Dragon, this Cloud Dragon, gonna be going over to this very ultimate reliant team comp of Dignitas Mirage. I mean, if there's one thing I hate as an AD carry, it happens to be Paranoia being available up even more often.
Yeah, certainly here is now. Cyber comes in, gives a little bit more pressure into this bottom lane. TC Porsche wisely realizes that he's at risk of being dove and backs on away, but that means that this is open season on these turret plates in the bottom, and it's going to be joined by a Rift Herald that's likely going to be first turret of the game, picked up for the side of Dig Mirage in the bottom lane.
See if they're able to continue with this advantage they've garnered, because that is a noticeable advantage coming in. They've gotten advantages here in more or less every lane of theirs. With kill leads, with CS leads, with pressure leads, as DNA is just going right on in.
Yeah, DNA going to go in for that engage. They're going to try to land the dredge line. Not going to be able to do so as Texas is flashed over. That's a huge 3-man face breaker comes on through, followed up with the showstopper. They're going on to Light Pulse first and foremost. He's going to end up being taken down here. Now Dragoon has the Hemo Plague on him, is running on out, is surviving with just about 100 HP. The flash forward from Porsche, not going to be enough to take him down, but he goes into the pool. He's trying to pick up on Dragoon. He manages to do so with the Vladimir E. That's going to be 2 kills picked up for the side of Radiance. They win the fight on the top side, getting 2 kills for it. They're looking to get more. Now Eversong going on in here on to the side of Cyber, but he's just going to get melted back on through, and now here comes the engage from Cow. He's looking to keep the fight going on to Bluster. They're going to be able to pick him up. DNA going to pick up that kill with the Duskbringer. That's 2 more kills traded back on for the side of Mirage, making it even in the extended play, and now Cow and Vex, they're facing off against each other. Cow managing to dodge on out of all those Mystic shots, but not able to get any shots back in turn.
Yeah, what a sequence of events we just witnessed, and at the end of the day, I believe it is just a 2 for 2 in the end there, if I am counting correctly. Although sometimes I don't, despite being a math major. Who knows? Still, though, great counter response there from Digmig to pick themselves up after that fight and punish the aggressive invade coming on in from Bluster, from Kit Eversong, and put themselves back here on the driver's seat, on the gas pedal of this game. See what they're able to do here with these leads they've accumulated across the map.
Absolutely. Here's now Cyber and Dragoon. They're moving on into the blue side jungle of Radiance, and they're going to be forcing TC Porsche here to back on away, and it's going to steal away a Gromp for their troubles.
It's something, nothing too minor. I feel like there might be a little bit of calmness on the Rift here until the next Rift Herald, until the next Dragon, unless one of these teams wants to go for a dive, which might be the case here with Bluster pathing top, with this stock turn pathing top.
Yeah, that's going to be the Paranoia coming on through from the side of DNA, getting the fight started. Kid Eversong is on the front line. He's taken up as much with the Unbreakable Will as he possibly can, but now Cow going to be backing on away. It is going to be Bluster left out to dry. He gets taken down, isn't able to get any resets. Too much damage coming through from the side of the Rumble. Is now Eversong still incredibly low. Texas has arrived, wants to keep the fight going, wants to try to make it even, but Vex is also out of mana. Cyber, he sees this. He advances forward, going with the Flame Spitter, flashes on with the Overheat, but now here comes the Pulverize. Not going to be enough to get the headbutt, though, is DNA going to finish off that kill onto the Alistair. Dragoon coming on in for the flank here, trying to pick up onto Texas, gets him back in with the Apprehend, and Texas now has nowhere left to go. He's going to fall on down here to Dragoon. First kill of the game goes over to this Darius, and Dig Mirage, they sweep the fight.
Man, and Dig Mirage, they are coming back with a vengeance here right now, Gordo. 7 to 4 in kills. They already have that first tower in the bot lane. They have the first dragon. They're looking to pick up yet another tower here in this top lane with DNA just slapping on away. These are some massive power spikes you have to contend with. And Radiance, despite the teamfighting prowess we knew they had last game, we even saw it with that Herald pickoff. Never mind that. There's another all in here, but maybe it's just a case of over aggression because now Blunder.
Yeah, Bluster gonna make a little bit of a blunder for himself there. He ends up falling on down to Cyber's Rumble. Just has too many people in front of him, does not have the backup that he needs, is going to fall down to 0-3 here, has not been able to mimic his performance from game number 1. And the young jungler is now going to fall down to 0-3.
And that is a rough position to come back from. First Bluster on that Viego. Does always have that reset potential, which can make for very swingy fights if you happen to be in the right place at the right time. It's just when you're 0-3, you get less opportunities like that as you're not arcade shifting out of that dredge line.
Yeah, that's going to be Vex likely going on down here to the side of Cow. Not quite able to finish it off yet, but Light Pulse is very nicely tanking away that turret aggro. A nice 2v1 kill gets picked up for the bot lane of Dig Mirage as they just continue to take control over this map. Look at all of the vision they have on the red side.
And that is brutal. We do see at least the dragon being traded here in the bot lane by Radiance, but that is more of a sugarcoating at this point to deal with the rather nightmarish situation they find themselves in. Because Dignitas Mirage, this is a very noticeable lead, a very commanding lead here, Gordo, and they definitely have the leg up and maybe even 2 legs up in this game with how far ahead.
Absolutely the case here is that's going to be 2 charges from the Rift Herald as well, picking up the top inner, getting some nice damage onto the top inhibitor turret. As you said, they traded for the dragon here, but these aren't soul drakes yet. Not going to be the biggest deal in the world to have those scores be tied on up. But what is a pretty big deal as far as big deals go is going to be that 5k gold lead that Dig Mirage have built up for themselves here. Really should give them the edge in a lot of these fights.
We will see, because there is the potential for some picks here if Radiance is able to just grab someone in a side lane, pick up a tower after that to get one of these lanes into a lead of their own. Who knows? But there's grouping coming out. Yep, you're an Ezreal in the side lane against a Nocturne. This is what we call fun and interactive.
Yeah, not a lot of interaction coming here at all. Those Vex going to end up falling on down to DNA, and now the fight gets started in the mid lane. The Equalizer layered out on top, but everybody manages to get out of it. But Texas, he tries to pull Light Pulse back on in, but ends up on top of the Equalizer, falls on down as a result. Now Eversong just getting burned away by that Flame Spitter. He's going to fall as well to the side of Cow. 3 dead across the map for the side of Radiance's Dig Mirage. They win fights on 2 fronts, and they keep their siege going.
And, Dignitas Mirage, it's kind of hard to believe how they might lose the game at this point. Lester is fancying this trade. He does not have the ultimate, but more than enough to pick up that massive shutdown. That is going to be a nice little breath of air here for the Radiance comp. It's not going to be anything too major, but at least you're going to feel a little bit better about this deficit, I guess.
Absolutely should be here, as now still 2 more minutes to go until Baron. Dig Mirage, they've got so much control over this top side. You can tell that they are ready for it. Next objective on the map is going to be that big purple worm. So now everybody just grouping around here, getting some resets off and making sure that, you know, nobody else meets the same fate as DNA. Nobody else gives over unnecessary shutdowns to maybe let Radiance back on in the game.
Yep, but hey, a few more of those shutdowns and that will bring the gold into a much more reasonable spot here in terms of differential for Radiance, and they can try and make something happen with that, if that does happen. Dignitas Mirage, though, like you said, gonna be looking to avoid having that happen here again. Just gonna be looking to exert their control over the map, slowly choke out Radiance, make them have to kind of face check into you in these dark jungle trenches. Have to deal with your obnoxious side laning here because DC Porsche just trying to chill under his turret here, trying to catch a wave, but cannot catch a break, it feels, Gordo.
Oh, absolutely cannot there, and is going to have to pretty much head for the hills as a result. Another turret goes over to the side of Dig Mirage. They're just trying to keep ballooning this gold lead higher and higher. Radiance, they're going to have to find some kind of miracle engage sometime soon because they're just getting choked out all over the map.
Yeah, the thing is, they don't have that massive wombo combo like they did last game. They definitely have explosive starts to fights here, but it's not like you have that CC lock while everybody stands on that red carpet of death from the Rumble. No, 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 you do not have that sort of thing. If you are going to engage, you are going to be having to get up close, very personal with the Dignitas Mirage team, and when you happen to get in their faces, they can blow you up very easily, especially with this gold.
Exceptionally with this gold lead, the Magi's has been picked up here by Cyber. He feels very strong on this Rumble, very confident in his ability to close out this game if he can keep those stacks up. Does have the bonus movement speed with the 10 stacks at the moment. It's going to look to just keep him going as Light Pulse going to land a nice hook here
Oh,
on to the side of Bluster. He's very likely to go on down here. Here comes the Paranoia
not
Dash
good
coming on through,
yet.
trying to finish him on off. They do manage to do so now. Light Pulse going to keep the fight going. He's going to end up picking up on the DNA, but now Dragoon has gotten his first reset of the fight. He ghosts, he advances
Oh.
forward, he gets the proc there onto the side of Texas, but is he able to finish off anybody else? It looks like the answer is going to be no, but they're going to take their 2-for-1 victory, and they're going to move right towards the Baron on the side of Dig Mirage.
And it almost was giving me a little bit of the heebie-jeebies from last game, Gordo, when we saw Dignitas Mirage go for some very, very over-aggressive, very, very far extended dives. This time around, though, they have the extra beef. They have the massive gold lead to make it happen, and the spoils for their troubles will be this Baron potentially, but none of Radiance has anything to say about it, baby.
Yeah, Texas trying to keep the fight going, looking to steal it away with the Haymaker, isn't able to do so, gets melted on down by the side of Cyber. Now Dragoon, he's getting punched down out by the side of Vex. Look at Vex's Ezreal and what he's going to be able to do throughout the rest of this fight, but it does look like Dig Mirage, they've managed to create enough distance, they've managed to slither on out of there, losing only their support. They trade back for Texas, it's a 1-for-1, but the Baron going over to the side of Dig Mirage. Meanwhile, Radiance, they're going to try to pick up the Dragon on the other side, but Mirage, it's still all in their favor.
God, yeah, and we're just almost certainly going to game 3 at this point. Radiance kind of needs nothing short of some sort of Christmas miracle in the middle of July here to make this happen.
Really do here, but we're going to see if Christmas does come early or not, as Cyber advancing into the blue side jungle here, going to force out the members of Radiance who are just trying to clear out their waves, just trying to keep their precious inhibitor turrets safe. So difficult up against this Baroned up Mirage squad.
Yeah, because now you have to deal with Dragoon in a side lane who can probably 1 versus 2 at this point with the relative gold lead. And then also, you're forced to deal with him because he has Baron buff. And Baroned up minions kill bases fast. LCS analyst tier analysis there, by the way. Either way, though, Digmig just kind of looking to barrel on into this base. There isn't really much Radiance can do, relatively speaking. But Radiance is going to have to try and make something happen fast, as there is the red carpet, there is the Moo.
Yeah, Equalizer thrown on down there. That might be the engage that they want, but they only really managed to get a lot of damage onto Eversong, who is currently unbreakable. That's a nice hook coming on through from Light Pulse, and there goes the depth charge to finish on off the kill onto Vex. And with Ezreal taken out of the way, this should be Mirage's opportunity to crack open the base farther and to take even more. But they've just got a big cannon minion here, and they're content to just sit here and watch him hammer away at the turret. They can wait for the next wave. They've got a long respawn timer on Vex, and now it's time to advance forward into the base.
And I do like this from Digmig. They know they have the lead. Never mind that. There is the paranoia. They can just look to end it.
Oh, that's a 5-man face breaker, though. Good opportunity from the side of Texas. DNA has been taken on down here. They still don't have access to Vex, though. Cyber has managed to finish off 1 kill there on to Texas. Now the re-engage comes on through. Eversong gets the night upgrade on the Light Pulse. Light Pulse looking to keep the fight going. He is going to dash on forward, but he's going to get taken on down. Bluster falls as well, and now here comes Dragoon looking to pop off. He advances forward. He picks up on the Vex. 4 members now down for the side of Radiance, and that should be game number 2. Tying up this series is Dig Mirage looks to move us to game 3.
Man, and Dig Mirage, once again, they get the early lead, but this time they keep that lead here. Gordo, as they take us to game number 3, the Silver Scrape Zone, so to speak, and this has definitely been a banger of a series so far, to say the least.
Yeah, not quite silver scrapes in the best of 3. We'll call it like bronze scratches here as we do advance all the way here on to a nice third game. It's going to be longer until we get into our second series of the night, but it does mean that these two squads have shown that they can be very closely matched. Only one of them can come out on top and start off this open qualifier 1-0.
Yep. But these are questions we'll have to wait until this pivotal game 3 to get the answer for, because we all know with Swiss format that the first game you play is the most important one, and there are only so many slots left for teams to join the main stage here at Risen Champions. So you got to fight tooth and nail here if you want to get out, Gordo, and both these teams are going to be eyeing up that spot with a ravenous hunger, I feel.
Absolutely. 16 teams looking to claim 8 slots here this weekend. Both of these teams would like to get started to a nice 1-0 early on. We're going to throw it to a quick break here while we get on into draft for game number 3 between Dig Mirage and Radiance, but do not go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
fought for these lands. In the shadows and the stories of the promised land. Now to take our place beyond. You're on the roof of the world. In the cradle of the stones. Where faithful wings cut to the bone. And there's no turning back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Open Qualifier for Risen Champions League Summer. First matchup of the night is between Dignitas Mirage and Radiance. We've seen each of these squads take one already here, and now with our first side swap of the night, Radiance going to be coming out on the blue side, up against Dig on the red, to see who is going to end up taking this best of three.
Yep, as I mean, this is the last game for the series. You can't pull any punches here because you drop down to that 0-1 spot. You're going to need that 100% to win, Rado, and it's always hard to crawl back from, especially if you go to the wire, as we are seeing in this series. Digmig did come back with a vengeance, though. Maybe Radiant swapping sides here, Gordo. We'll give him the fresh face that we do want to see, since it just felt like Radiance, they would try last game, but they could just not get their plane to just take off the ground.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like what a little bit of their issue was last time. They just fell on behind. And unlike in game number one, where some over-aggression from the side of Dig Mirage really opened up for Radiance to come on back, no such holes were really found in game number two. Radiance were able to pick up a little kill here, a little shutdown there, but nothing enough to slingshot them back into the game. And in particular, it was Bluster who was not able to repeat his performance and was instead actually shut on down and did not really snowball away with the game in any sense here. And now that we're into the draft here, you can see that Nocturne going to be banned away by the side of Radiance. They do not want to see DNA on that champ again.
Yeah, Nocturne is mildly obnoxious in solo lanes, to say the least, as we are going to be flying through the pick and ban here. Interestingly, Radiance is banning the Gwen on the blue side. Usually you see that banned on the red side because that is very B1 pickable. Does mean, though, that the Ezreal does fall through here. We do know that the Ezreal can be very strong, even though if you want to go off results-based analysis, yes, the Ezreal does have 100% loss rate this series. However, though, there's a reason why we see a lot of prio placed on that little explorer boy, Wonder Boy, so to speak. See, the prio here is on the pick. We have seen how deadly the Rumble can be in both these junglers and Gordo. So maybe that's the prio, maybe it's something else like that Ezreal.
Yeah, it does look like it is going to be the Ezreal once again first picked here. Radiant's going to be taking that one for Vex on their side this time around. We will see. As you said, has the 100% loss rate thus far, but this time the response from Dig Mirage, it's going to be Cow coming through with the Varus, and they're going to lock in the Rumble for Cyber as well. And, you know, opposite the Ezreal, the Rumble has that 100% win rate thus far, but immediate Zillion Hecarim from the side of Radiance.
So we did see Radiance pull this out, and that is how they pulled out a win against Wildcard Red in their series for one of the games. However, though, we'll see if they're able to catch Digmig here, because we saw how potent it was when you have that massive move speed boost, when you're able to just run anyone down from a million miles away. However, though, this Silas being covered and now being locked in was the similar response we saw in that Wildcard Red series, because when you lock in Zillion, when you lock in Hecarim, that means it's probably that solo lane Zillion, which means Silas does not have the hardest time laning into it. Let's get over that early laning slump that he is a little bit known for. And then you just have two ultimates to steal that are hashtag very poggers.
Yeah, for certain there, that Onslaught of Shadow is going to be what Silas wants to take away. And the Chrono Shift, not a bad steal either, going to give that survivability to the Silas, a whole nother angle that you really do want to have access to on that pick there. Now, next ban's coming on through, Dig Mirage going to be banning away top laners, and Radiant's going to match them here as Renekton, Camille, and Darius all going to hit the ban table.
See what the final picks are here, because I'm assuming Digmig is going to use this R4 to lock in their support. Probably an engaged support that can help lock down people. Pairs well with the Varus, as we do have Pro Draft being Pro Draft, so we'll probably get a message in the client soon that that is a Jason. Cool. Taking away some more solo lane poke potential here, because Yeah, with the Bears, with the Rumble, there the Jace with that. That is a hell of a lot of poke.
Yeah, the Jace going to be the next top laner to join the banned out list here as Mirage are hovering the Tristana. They are going to lock it on in here, so maybe it could be a little bit of Tristana Silas action in those solo lanes coming through this game as Mirage. They're going to save their final pick for support here, going to give Light Pulse what he feels can be most effective in the situation.
If they lock in this game plank, it does mean Radiance with the Zillion, with the game plank, and also the Ezreal to an extent, will have very strong zone control thanks to their CC, thanks to their AoE abilities, and that can help just funnel Digmig into sorts of damagey choke points, sort of death zones, minefields, whatever you want to call them, where you kind of just kill them all one by one.
Absolutely can there as Gangplank now going to be the lock on in for Radiance. You know, Dragoon has been playing a fair bit of that champion, and it looks like TC Porsche as well going to be busting that one out here. And it is Ezreal Yumi for Radiance here, so going to be a real poke-centric bot lane. That means that Dig Mirage, they got their pick of the litter in regards to supports. They know what they're facing off against. Hovering this Thresh here could be a good duo for the Varus, could give him a little bit of safety against potential Hecarim ganks, and it is going to be locked on in.
And that does give Varus some much needed safety here. Because when you are against that Hecarim who can run you down, having a lantern to just yoink you over a wall can be a bit of a lifesaver. Digmig, they definitely don't want to be jumping in too hard here with their comp with how relatively squishy they are. If you're jumping into a barrel, if you're jumping into a Zillion, if you're jumping into that Yumi final chapter, that is going to be a world of pain, to say the least here, Gordo.
Yeah, definitely. Going to be important to have those tools to pull them on out in the form of that Dark Passage. And now we can take a look at Silas holistically and see what ultimates does he have to steal. And he's got a fair set of them here. He's got the Onslaught of Shadows and the Chrono Shift we talked about earlier. And Cannon Barrage and Final Chapter are both going to be really good ones to staple onto yourself as well. So really feels good to be able to have that that Final Chapter and just be running on through everybody, using all the dashes that Silas has available into his kit, and really just forcing people back single-handedly as they don't want to end up being rooted up by that powerful ultimate.
We'll have to see how it folds out, though, because Dick Mig, I believe with the Varus, the Rumble, and the Tristana should have that range advantage here. Outside of a Gangplank combo, outside of the Ezreal Qs, and of course the empowered Yumi Qs, which maybe they can use that to just work the moves here and get the poke down or just sort of chip away at this Radiance composition before any fights do happen here, Gordo. There are a lot of ways this game can fold out, and we've seen how exciting this series can be so far, but Digbig are kind of riding high on the wins of success that they kind of got from the last game.
Yeah, certainly are there. And I really like the Varus Rumble combo in particular. That Chains of Corruption really does set up very nicely for Equalizer. And with all the other lockdown they've got access to here, Silas going to be able to dive on in, land those chains. Thresh going to be able to land easy death sentences. It really is a comp built to optimize that Chains of Corruption ability from Dig Mirage. So really going to be keeping an eye on Cow and how many of those he's going to be able to hit and how effectively he's going to be able to do so. Meanwhile, Radiance, you mentioned earlier, we've seen this Zillion Hecarim strat from them before, and they've gotten a lot of success on it. Bluster's been able to just rampage through those lines, pick up all the kills, and be a force to be reckoned with. And, they had different mid laners in the past, but the comp always works the same. You just put the speed boost onto your Hecarim, you put the Chrono Shift on him when he's about to die, and that's pretty much all done and dusted in regards to how Radiance want to play out these fights.
And you also now have Yumi as well to just throw on this Hecarim, so that is going to be one hell of a combo there for this Hecarim to set Bluster up for success. We have seen that in previous series, he can be that successful Hecarim his team needs. However, though, we have also seen like last game that when he falls behind, he tries to make some things happen for better or worse. And usually when you're behind, it tends to be on that latter end for worse side.
Yeah, certainly going to have to watch out for that as we do see as we're getting into the in-client draft. Dragoon is the one locking in that Silas And it's going to be Silas in the top lane facing off against Gangplank, and DNA's Tristana. Silas in the top lane facing off against Gangplank. DNA's Tristana in the mid lane facing off against Texas's Zillion. So should really be expecting some good performances there from both of these flex pick, as they've both been given pretty favorable matchups, you would say.
Decently, yeah. Dragoon can struggle a little bit into the Gangplank early on since you don't have easy ways to contest the barrels. And that's why I kind of thought Tristana would be top lane, since it is very easy for her to contest barrels. Of course, though, Dragoon does have that kill threat against Porsche. And when you have Cyber on the Rumble to potentially back you up here and milk through this Gangplank, it can make life a lot easier in this top side. Big Mig, though, yeah, once again, going to be looking towards their solo laners here and Cyber to make the schmoves this game.
Yeah, Sire had a great Rumble game in game number 2. This pick has really been dominating this entire series thus far, so Cyber going to be feeling really comfortable with that one in his pocket. But, Radiance, they clearly feel like it's beatable. They didn't opt to go for it on the blue first pick. They took Vex's Ezreal instead. Now, gotta assume that Vex has a little bit of weight on his shoulders now. He's got to make this Ezreal pick be at least as effective as that Rumble that they did end up giving up. But this is maybe not call it a signature comp, as Radiance has only really busted it out once, but they're the only guys I see around playing it, and they're really going to be hoping that that strat's going to carry them through to victory here, facing off against what's got to be one of the best junglers in the meta.
Mm-hmm. But that's something we'll just have to see once we get into game here, because there has been a trend of the team with the Rumble wins, the team with the Ezreal loses, but the prison script writers are known for sometimes writing in plot twists and taking a page out of M. Night Shyamalan's book. So we'll see here, Gordo, once we do load onto the Rift.
And we definitely will. We're going to throw it to a quick break now to do just that loading. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be right back here to find out whether Radiance or Dig Mirage are going to end up moving up into that 1-0 bracket. Today's qualifiers for the Arisen Championship League. Welcome back, everybody, to the open qualifier for the Risen Champions League Summer Split. Now we've got Radiance taking on Dignitas Mirage in this 1-1 series for all of the marbles in regards to round one at the very least. Both these teams want to get started off to a nice 1-0 in the round robin. Now, going to be maybe a little bit of a level one coming through from the side of Dig Mirage as Vex going to spot them out and try to head on away. He's going to get hit by the death sentence, but have to cleanse.
Very good cleanse there, just kind of respecting. Yeah, if you get CC'd by that, sure, he doesn't have the play to follow up. Sure, there isn't follow-up CC, but come on, you're not surviving 4 enemy team members. Once again, though, I believe... Oh, no, never mind. I'm thinking of something else. That is the first mainly aggressive invade we've seen all series. We did see that topside invade last time around, but that was a rather late affair. And not like a directly path towards them affair, as DNA actually starting to rocket jump and just hopping right onto Texas. Here's another late invade onto the red, though. That is a good hook. It is onto Cat.
Onto the Cat, too. Cyber going to be looking to finish him out off. First blood going to be cleaned by Late Pulse here. As now they are going to look to win more of the fight. Vex flashes on away, but he gets followed in by Cyber. The Flame Spitter coming on across, going to pick up onto this Ezreal. Manages to do so, but he gets traded back on with a little bit of help from the Krugs. Now Late Pulse keeping the fight going. They're going for it onto Bluster. They managed to land that hook, and they managed to take him on out and out. DNA looking to once again use that level 1 rocket jump. He's getting so much mileage out of it with all these resets. Keeps Texas being forced back. Not going to get that zillion to flash, but it's a big win for the side of Dig Mirage on the level 1.
Man, and car manufacturers wish they got this mileage per gallon that DNA is getting right now with this rocket jump level 1, because it's not unheard of, but it's very aggressive and it does not give you the trading potential of that explosive shot. And this results in a very explosive start, to say the least, because you get that 3-for-1 level 1 and catapult yourself to this massive dominating early game lead and just absolutely bury this Hecarim in the jungle early on, because Hecarim, when operating from behind Gordo, is extremely difficult and extremely painful for the Hecarim player, to say the least.
Absolutely is here, and the red buff as well picked up for Cow in this bottom lane. They are going to be looking to dominate now up against this fairly passive Ezreal Yuumi lane. They've got gold in their pockets, they've got the buff as well, and they're just looking to force this wave into the turret.
And rough times are inbound. God, yeah, especially since this Varus able to get that early EXP lead. Has also the red buff, so you can't really go tit for tat with auto attacks, because you're gonna be eating that red buff damage, and then since you're slowed, it makes you much more vulnerable to a hook, and then it just means you probably take an extra auto on the way out, which makes it so hard to deal with. Of course, it is Ezreal, known for being safe. You have the Yuumi. Never mind. If you get hooked like that.
They faked like they were going for the cheater recall, and in reality, they go around through the alcove, wait in that bottom lane bush, land another hook onto Vex, and kill him right before his cleanse comes back on up. Nicely played by the bottom lane of Dig Mirage. They get themselves even farther ahead.
And Dig Mig is going for the throat here. Guillotine style, to say the least. We don't have the Noxian guillotine this time round, Gordo, but God, this is just brutal. Like, imagine you put a Titanic in the boxing ring against like 7 icebergs, and that's how this matchup feels right now.
Oh, yeah, it sure does. And now Cow, he's got the Vamp Scepter. He's got 2 more swords to boot. He can't hold all of these swords anymore. And he's coming into lane up against Vex's measly Tear of the Goddess. And he's going to feel like crying after he sees how this lane ends up going against this very fed Varus.
Yeah, and also just a quick shout out to the bully who gifted 5 subs. Huge love in the chat. Either way, though, back to this game. Radiance, they made it come back in the first game a little bit, but this is a different beast altogether.
Certainly is here, as now it is once again going to be Bluster getting caught in his own jungle. DNA going to be looking for that reset, flashes forward, gets it with the rocket jump, advances forward, looking to finish off on it. This Hecarim manages to do so, and now DNA, he's got another reset. He's keeping it going onto Texas, going to force that Zilean to sprint on out as fast as his little floaty chair will carry him. And Dragoon and Porsche once again going at it in this top lane. The barrel chain gets dodged away by Dragoon. Dragoon gets all those Conqueror stats on up, keeps regenning, and is going to come out no worse for wear up against this game plan.
Oh my god. And sure, top side is very even, maybe a little bit Porsche favored as we saw early on in the lane, but the rest of the map is just a dumpster fire more or less here for Radiance. Like, there is not a lot to salvage, but you're gonna have to salvage something and make do here.
Absolutely are going to. They've got to go for some kind of desperation play. They've got to go for maybe some lower percentage plays at this point, because just playing the game out normally, they're just going to continue to be punished here. There's a 2-level lead for Cow in this bottom lane. He has taken a hold of this bottom lane, and he has no interest in letting go. Light Pulse as well, going to continue to be exerting the pressure, continuing to throw out those death sentences, and if one ever lands, it's going to be the end of Radiance's bottom lane.
Yeah, especially once we see Cow hit level 6, have that chain of corruption. Because once you use the arcane shift to dodge out on the hook, well, you don't really have a lot left on the tank to dodge out of that ultimate there from the Varus. And that's always a bit of a catch-22, as there is a hop 22, so to speak. DNA looking aggressive, thankfully. Does have that explosive shot, or the buster shot, to keep himself alive from any potential mishaps in that mid lane.
Yeah, and is going to do just that. He's got a nice CS lead for himself as well, continuously coming out ahead of Texas in these trades, has a 20 CS lead for himself on the Tristana. Very good up against this Zilean here. Going to be looking to keep the snowball going as Dragoon goes aggressively in the top lane. Once again, up against Porsche, now has that hijack to potentially take away the cannon barrage. He feels like he has the opportunity, and he's coming closer and closer to it with every passing moment.
And we'll see how that changes the top lane matchup here, because maybe if Porsche is able to keep his head in the game, never mind that, the immediate all-in, look for the barrage. There is the barrage.
Yeah, we knew it was coming across sooner rather than later, but Porsche going to be able to get away with the flash for the time being. Dragoon continuing to pursue, not going to be able to finish him on off, although now they might have spoken too soon. He flashes forward, he gets the chains, he comes on across with the Kingslayer, lands those last Qs, but isn't quite enough to be able to finish on off the kill. That is going to allow Porsche to escape with just a tiniest sliver of HP.
Equalizer's up.
Yeah, that comes on through in this bottom lane. Vex going to have to back on away here, but nobody actually going to stand on the burn. Nobody actually going to take any damage. There's been Cow throwing on out those chains of corruption as well. Wasn't able to land those onto anybody. They can't keep the dive going. It is going to be ended up there.
And props to Radiance. They aren't letting this early deficit get to their heads, but it is getting to the scoreline still, as Digmig are slowly pushing this even further and further apart after that explosive start to the game here. So let's see if Radiance is able to stabilize it here, because they're going to want to stabilize it here ASAP, give themselves some breathing room to hit some nice scaling points here, and then maybe they'll be able to launch off this massive wombo combo of the Zilean Hecarim plus Yuumi.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe, is now Light Pulse roaming up into the top lane here with Cyber. Going to look to try to move forward onto Porsche here. They know he doesn't have Flash, and it looks like Oranges are not going to be able to make anything okay here, as Cyber picks on up that kill for himself and looking to make the top lane just as miserable as the bottom lane.
Yep. Finally, bringing some of the pain to the top side here is Cyber. In fact, Dragoon doesn't even get an assist for that, which is a bit of a wide peep of sad, but hey, once you get a little further ahead in this lane, helps you extend your lead across this map, because now they're going to be grabbing this gel here, and we can see that this bot lane turret and mid lane turret for Radiance already both chunked down a decent amount, already heard in here. So you drop a Herald there, it can be very easy to grab a potential first tower as Cal. I think we're fighting here in the bot lane, but
Yeah,
this
Cal's
isn't
got
a minion
a billion
wave.
minions on top of him here. He missed the Chains of Corruption, but he's trying to use his gold lead to get the advantage. It's just not enough. He loses the 1v1 to Vex there. A little bit of an unforced error coming through from the Radiant's AD carry. Going to, or from the Dig Mirage AD carry, rather. He does end up falling on down there, and Vex, he just has to run into turret and die.
Okay, but I feel like this is one time where Twitch chat can just start spamming question marks. Because,
I have some questions. I
What
wouldn't
was
blame
that,
Twitch
Cal?
chat for having them too.
that wasn't just that he missed the Chain of Corruption. It's that he missed the Chain of Corruption and then decided, you know what? I'm gonna fight in this massive minion wave. That does not end up well. Of course, able to get the kill in return because DNA did roam down from the mid lane to secure that, or, well, force a secure there. But there's still a few question marks here raised on the desk.
Yeah, I got some questions, but there's no time for questions left anymore. As Dig Mirage, they're just looking to keep their lead snowballing. They've got about 4.5k in their pocket right now. They're going to keep that going. They claim the first turret of the game with a nice Rift Herald in the mid. They're going to claim the first, or the second, rather, Dragon of the game. They're going to pick up the second turret of the game in the bottom lane. They're just continuing to dominate the map, whether Cal makes some mistakes in the bottom lane 1v1 or not.
Yeah. Yeah. Some mistakes is one way of putting it. There are words I want to say regarding that, and there are words I can say on cast. There does not happen to be a large intersection between the two, so I will hold my tongue this instance. Either way, though, like you said, Digmig still fairly solidly in the lead here by every single metric across the board, and it feels like just a matter of time before they kind of choke the life out of Radiance and just go for the Nexus.
Certainly the case here is now DNA going to be going for an all-in the top lane again. Look at that damage on the Porsche. The oranges going to keep him alive for just a second, but a flash forward from DNA going to be enough to secure the kill there. Porsche going to fall down once again in that top lane, and DNA, he's going to get some alone time with the third outer turret. He's picked up so many plates for himself already, and he's going to make this even more.
Yeah, this is where we kind of get to play a game of how many ways can we say this is going bad for Radiance? And how many weird, like, weird, like, stories we can make in our head about ways they come back into this game, because Horse teleported top and immediately just kind of has to fear for his life here once again as this Gangplank. Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, I mean, really not much else to say about it other than that it is rough. There's a big hill to climb here for the side of Radiance if they want to be able to take this series. But really, they're going to need to be handed some climbing equipment, right? They're going to need Dig Mirage to maybe make a big mistake here.
They need a
to enable them
jetpack
to
at this
come
point.
back on in. A jetpack would be great. Maybe steal it away from the Rumble there, Super Galaxy. Just have those little jet thrusters on the skin, but that would require a pretty big mistake from Cyber here, and gonna have to wait and see. That does end up happening. You know, there's no Viego in this game this time, as the Viego did end up going 0-2 in this series, so no crazy reset potential, no opportunity for anybody to really individually pop off in such a crazy degree that they 1v9 the whole game. It's really going to have to be all of Radiance coming together to punish a significant amount of Mirage making a mistake.
Yeah, and I guess while we have a bit of calm here on the Rift, unless DNA wants to hop in, we can talk about some of the other results here, because every other series aside from the Wildcard Black versus Dare series is over now. I'll hold that thought, because I think we're going to have a little bit of action here around this turret. Porsche.
Yeah, he's getting engaged on once
Yeah.
again. He's going to get Buster shotted away. He's actually going to be able to survive with the Yumi
Okay.
healing, and now there's a big
Good
onslaught of
pickup.
shadows coming through from Buster. They managed to shut down onto DNA, and now a nice two-man stun comes on through Dragoon. Looking to carry the fight, though. He's up under the turret. He's got Light Pulse for backup. He's going to steal away that Chrono Shift just in time to res himself back up. He's going to dive back onto Porsche. He's going to have to escape, though, with the help of Light Pulse's Dark Passage. Dragoon very low on HP, can't keep the fight going any farther. Light Pulse doesn't have the damage on his own. They are going to end up backing on out. out there. A couple of kills picked up on either side, but it is going to be the turret that ends up falling down for the side of Dig Mirage.
But props to the side of Radiance there. They are able to come out on top since that is a massive shutdown kill on that Tristana. Still losing out on that turret in the top lane, like you said, but it is a sign of life here, and it can result in more if they're able to just get a little bit more next time, and then the next time here, Gordo, because we saw it is hard to kill through Yumi, it's hard to kill through a Zillion. So maybe that becomes a bit of a ticking time bomb. Who knows?
Definitely at risk of doing that here. You can really see that Dig Mirage, it's tough for them to lose fights, right? Even when they kind of botch the dive a little bit, they still really end up coming out positively. Even when DNA gets zeroed out without really being able to dish out too much damage to anybody other than Porsche, they still can come out ahead on these fights. They still can claim the turret at the end of the day. That's really just why we're saying it's got to be a massive mistake from the side of Dig Mirage to let go of the stranglehold they have on this game.
See what happens here, because this is just a free Rift Herald being picked up, no contest whatsoever, which does make sense. Second Rift Herald in general, not the most valuable objective, it's more of a royalty objective.
Definitely is here. TNA.
Okay.
Going aggressively once again there is just going to get a little speed boost from Zillion to get on out of there. Instead, they're just going to throw the Rift Herald in mid, and they're going to use that opportunity to go and put themselves on soul point. It would be really tough for the side of Radiance to challenge them anyway, but now Dig Mirage can be certain that they can pick on up this first Cloud Drake, rather.
Just furthering their lead even more, gradually but surely. And especially with Baron coming up here in 3.5 minutes, you have these fed double 80 carries who can more or less destroy Baron in the blink of an eye. Maybe even a 20-minute Baron if they are feeling a little fancy. It's definitely possible. Still.
Could certainly happen. The 20-minute Baron is well and easily on the table here, especially with the double 80 composition that Dig Mirage have busted on out here. See Vex, he's been farming on out in the bot lane. He's doing his best to get himself back into the game after what was a very unfortunate start for his bottom lane, but he's still got a large hill to climb back up on. Has just finished off his first item, while Cow, he's been well on his way to his second for a long time now.
Still, hey, it's something, you know, and you do need a little bit of something to make a comeback. I know that sounds like an extremely broken record, but like I said a bit ago, that we gotta play the fun game of how many ways do we gotta say that Digimon is ahead.
Definitely. Here's now Dragoon going to get engaged on. The Lost Chapter going to come on across. He steals away the Onslaught of Shadows, but not enough to keep him alive. Kingslayer going to also give him a little bit of regen, but Dragoon is not long for this world. Porsche going to pick up that kill, but meanwhile, it is just going to be a brute force in the mid lane here. No minions necessary, as it is going to be Cow, Cyber, and Light Pulse face tanking that turret to be able to take down the mid inner.
It's also in danger here. Thankfully, the True Shot Barrage gonna more or less hammer out that entire way, because if DNA was able to walk up to that turret, he would have been packing a lot of punch there, to say the least. Big Mega though. Gonna take the turret. Gonna back on off here. Cost them their top laner, but you do trade an objective for a kill, and objective usually weighs out the kill in the long run. I know, hard-hitting analysis here on the Risen desk.
Definitely does here. Going to be about a minute more until this Baron ends up spawning up here, and you gotta believe that the Dig Mirage squad are going to be the first ones there, as they want to be able to claim that objective, want to be able to use it to bust on through the base of Radiance here. They've got the substantial gold lead in their pockets. They just need those objectives to really help carry them over that finish line.
We'll see, since they already are knocking on the base here. They have that 1x inhibitor turret, so there's a case that they can just win a fight, pick up that inhib very easily in the mid lane, and then look to grab Baron. Whatever flavor they want to do, as Yeah,
Oh,
I
that's
think
Chains of
somebody's dead.
Corruption landed onto Texas. He's going to be forced to chrono shift onto himself, try to regen up. He does manage to do so. The rest of the team is there to have his back, but now that they know that that crucial resurrect tool from Zillion is down, Big Mirage can feel comfortable to walk around through the river and try to fight again.
Yep. Just the same old song and dance here. If it wasn't for this chrono shift for Texas, I feel it would have been a much worse situation there. As we do see the Death Squad coming on out. Porsche is going to be having to back away to his turret. But it is that Gangplank with 2 items now. We see the barrels are able to do a doozy, to say the least, on these waves. So that is something, and if you are able to continuously clear out these waves and just stall out a little bit more, it gives you just a few more opportunities, Gordo, to maybe make that miracle happen. Maybe make that big old pick that somehow results in that fairy tale dream of stealing Dragon Baron and then destroying the enemy base. Who knows?
Yeah, could definitely be on the table here. Porsche's managed to solidify himself here. He's managed to stabilize at the very least. He's got some items on this gangplank. He's got a CS lead over Dragoon Silas, who's really kind of been left out to dry in regards to the kill participation so far this game. Sitting at 0-1-0, sitting at not too much CS. He's got the global gold from the turrets his team has taken down, but not much else to show for it here. He really feels like he's honestly behind the gangplank, and he is in terms of gold by a substantial degree.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay,
All
here's
right.
the combo.
Yeah, Bluster going to be going in for that engage. Not going to quite find it there. That's the last chapter used, though, unfortunately, for the side of Radiance. The re-engage now is available for the side of Dig Mirage. They want to be able to take this fight if they find the opportunity. They've already used Chains of Corruption, though.
They're trying again, baby.
Here comes Onslaught of Shadows, but can Bluster stay alive? No, he does end up falling down almost immediately. DNA takes out the opposing mid laner. Now is flashing forward to try to finish this off right here and now. Vex comes back in, has to blow the cleanse, but gets hooked on in by Dragoon and taken down in an instant. Now Porsche is the last one standing that isn't a cat, and he falls as well. It is only Kit Eversong left standing here. He can't do anything as this teamless Yumi, and that's going to be Baron heading on over to the side of Dig Mirage.
And it feels like this is the inevitable conclusion of what we've been seeing for the past nearly 12 minutes, it feels like, Gordo. Dig, they once again got an early lead in this game. But this time, it was just even that much more brutal, all because of that, like, disgusting level 1. Now, they get Baron, now they get the Soul. They still have this healthy gold lead, which is a large number. You don't need a math degree like I have to tell you that much. And this game should be all but over for them. And Radiance, they are going to be falling in the hole here. 0-1 after this series. They have that 100% win rate, because if you do lose one more game here in this Swiss format, you are out for good and you do not have a chance at advancing.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Dig Mirage, if they're able to take it, they're only 1 win away from securing their spot in that main tournament here to join those 8 teams that were top 8 in Cup and be able to compete for those Proving Grounds points and the free Proving Grounds slot that is up for grabs here in this month's Proving Grounds tournament.
Yep.
As now these Baron minions is continuing to push on out here. That's a teleport from DNA into the bottom lane, just looking to keep the push going here. Camp being set on up by Dig Mirage in the red side jungle, looking to get a fight started if they can.
Yeah, or just take every single resource they can. Keep this fatty dub they've got going on across the entire map and make it an even larger dub. Let's see if they're able to get it this time, because DNA is super low, but a well-timed Buster shot.
Oh, but there it is. True Shot Barrage finishes off DNA there. He can't keep himself alive. We're going to have a little bit of a pause here, but we'll certainly be back as soon as we possibly can.
Yep, some minor power outage issues here for one of the players, so never fun to deal with. However, though, even with this pause, even with this time to gather our breath, I mean, we've been kind of saying it like a broken record here, Gordo, but I think Dig Big's gonna win.
I also think Digmig's going to win, and
Yeah.
that's going to end up proving us correct based on what some of our pregame predictions is, and Keelix as well can certainly sit confident that his analysis proved correct, and Digmig were the ones who ended up taking it at the end of the day, barring some kind of crazy comeback. So we do see some R's coming through in the chat, and can assume that we're going to be coming back on. He did predict 2-1. You know, he was well ahead of all of us in that regard.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, there's a reason why Keelix does have a much larger repertoire in his AM trophy case than we do when it comes to managing teams. I mean, I've never managed a team, but I definitely have less accolades regarding my coaching and GM status in the AM scene. Either way, though, power outage has been resolved. I guess we have restarted the generators or whatever it is. I'm not an electrical engineer. I just know they make lights turn on.
And those lights are on now. We got the game resuming here, and Dig Mirage, believe it or not, still massively in the lead here. As gonna get a little bit of
Oh. Okay,
Right.
that was just a stutter. I thought that was the good old stream completely freezes up because one team surrendered.
Yeah, definitely was feeling that one a little bit, but does not appear to be the case here, as I think we are still all synced up here. I think that that pause, that stutter, did in fact occur for all of us. Yeah,
Yeah, as
we're gonna be just fine.
58, 59, we're on the same pages.
Yeah, we're all still synced up. Thank you, production, for checking on in on that
we're
one.
totally just saying the numbers because we love them and talking about the time and making sure everybody else loves this time. Nothing funny going on in the production behind the scenes. No, no, no.
No, no, no. And nothing funny going on in this game either, as Dig Mirage continue to hold on to their substantial lead here. They've got the Cloud Soul now as well to give them a little bit of extra movement speed when it does come time to go in for those big ol' engages, particularly with the Equalizer and with those Chains of Corruption. So really just going to be choking them out of all the resources, maybe waiting a little bit for another major objective to spawn, and meanwhile just going to be snagging all those jungle camps that they can and being ready to pick off any members of Radiance who step out where they aren't allowed to.
Yeah. They're not allowed to walk to anywhere on this map, more or less. All right, they're trying again. They got the move speed, they got the pony, and someone's got a lantern. Yeah.
That's going to be Bluster falling on down here. It is going to be Kid Eversong falling down as well, as now Texas trying to escape here, but Dragoon is right on his tail, going to be trying to land those Qs, not able to do so. A flash forward from Cyber, going to melt him on through, going to force him to chrono shift onto himself, but he's going to come back to life right in front of all the members of Dig Mirage. Has to flash on away to try to stay alive, but Dragoon does not let him go. He finishes off that kill. It's now going to have to Dark Passage his way out. DNA incredibly low, not able to get hit by that last Mystic shot. He's going to stay alive. It's a 2-for-0 in favor of Dig Mirage. So they're going to move down into that bottom lane, try to take some more inner turrets for themselves.
Man, and absolute tragedy there because they tried the full combo, but then we saw Bluster just kind of have to run over an entire Equalizer. It turns out when you're a 0-4 Hecarim against a 4-1 Rumble, Equalizer hurts just a little. Hard hitting analysis, I know.
Yeah, certainly does here. And now it's going to be Serpent's Fang actually completed here for the side of Porsche. He wants to try to break through all the shielding that the side of Dig Mirage does have available, but going to really be an uphill battle here as Vex seems to be getting collapsed on a little bit. DNA going to jump on over the wall. They're going to look to Buster Shot Vex onto the wrong side of the map. Vex now has that explosive shot on top of him. He is not long for the world. He is going to fall on down there. Equalizer gets used just to lay out the red carpet for their own march into this bot lane inner turret, and they're going to look to pick that one up with both of these 80 carries just hammering away at that structure.
Please, he's already dead. You didn't have to commit the Equalizer. Like, go on. That's a little overkill. I think that counts against BM. I know we have several admins in chat if they can quickly check the rulebook to see if that falls under BM. But yeah, I mean, props to Radiance. They are at least showing a fighting spirit. And they are showing, because they were able to take that first game. they had some positives here in these past 2 games as well, Gordo. So there is still hope for them. There's not really hope for them in this series, but we kind of got to look past it at this point. They just kind of got to bleed out here, more or less.
Yeah, that's going to be another engage coming on through from Dragoon as his team starts up the Elder Dragon. They're going to have to back on away from that as the fight is getting started. Cannon Barrage has been rained down, but not going to really be able to pick up anything else as a result. Dragoon does still have access to that ultimate. He's stolen away. Onslaught of Shadows can look to be that primary engage that his team is lacking, but it's just going to be the side of Radiance. They're backing on away. They recognize that they have no claim to this Elder Dragon, but they're really going to want to contest for it. They know that that's going to be the final nail in the coffin. That's going to prevent them from winning these team fights.
Yeah. I think there's been a few other final nails in the coffin this game, but dealing with an Elder Dragon certainly would be one of them, as it does reset here. And thankfully, since their base hasn't been cracked open quite yet here by Dignitas Mirage, they don't have to worry about supers pouring into their base. Now that the enemy minions will have natural pushing advantage due to the massive level advantage on the Dignitas Mirage side, it's nowhere near the supers. Either way, though, the immediate re-teleport back in by DNA just to start up this dragon once again. And Radiance knows that they kind of got to make something happen here, and they got to make it happen fast as well.
Ooh, that's a big change of corruption. Lands onto Vex. They aren't able to follow it up with anything, but there's the equalizer on across 3 members. That's so much damage landed onto Bluster. He's going to have to back on away here. So now it is going to be potential engage coming through from Dragoon. He does have access to that Hecarim ultimate, doesn't get to use it though. It's going to be the push away onto Porsche. He's going to die to the explosive shot, and it's going to be Bluster dying just as well. Now Porsche in the regen from that Guardian Angel, the fall forward from Vex, trying to pick up some kills if he possibly can. This fight is going in favor of Radiance. They're just poking out the members of Dig Mirage who just aren't able to find their opening for these 80 carries to deal damage. Vex advances forward. Once again, here comes Light Pulse, goes for the death sentence, isn't able to find it. DNA takes another Mystic shot to the face, is so incredibly low, does not have access to that teleport anymore. Here comes the second equalizer of the fight to try to force on out the members of Radiance. They're all at very low HP. They continue to rain damage onto this Elder Dragon. Nobody can finish it off. Nobody feels comfortable. There's recalls coming on across. They're getting interrupted. Finally, DNA is going to finish one. He is no longer present for this fight. That sentence not going to land onto anybody. Cyber trying to smite down onto this Elder. They're trying to focus it down. He steals it away. Porsche gets melted instantly. Dragoon has teleported back into the fight. Finally, Dig Mirage, after making it close for quite a while, they dominate the fight as soon as they complete the Elder Dragon. They're inches away from winning this game. Kid Eversong has nowhere left to go. He gives up and dies for Dragoon. Here comes the engage coming from DNA. He gets stunned by the time bombs, but it's a 3-4-0 plus the Elder Dragon into Dig Mirage's pocket. They should be able to crack the base off of this Goferino finally.
Yeah, and shoutouts to Twitch chat for pointing out that we almost got to see 3 equalizers in that fight. That's how long it was. But in the end, Dignig, despite Radiance putting up one hell of a fight, they're able to take the fight. They're able to take the Elder here, and it looks like they are going to take the series because they have cracked open the base here.
Yeah, that's one Nexus turret down, but the respawns are coming out across Texas, and Eversong are still not long for this world, and that freeze, I'm pretty sure is not a pause stutter. I'm pretty sure that one is the game being ended by Dig Mirage.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. This is the spectator freeze bug that we mentioned earlier. Probably not by FF, but hey. We expected Digmig to win, but hey, Radiance put up a good fight. They put up a good show here, and they are good sports. But they do follow in one here. Digmig showing why they are wanting to come into this Risen Tier 2 tournament, this Risen Champs tournament, with much more fire and maybe a much better footing than they might have had in Cup last time around here, Gordo, as after a very long, a very bloody series, they do secure the dub.
They absolutely do here. Really, Radiance, props to them for making it so close in that Elder Dragon fight, really abusing that Ezreal, really showing why they put so much priority on that first pick there. But it's the Rumble. It's the other big champion that's been going back and forth throughout this whole series that ends up making the difference. Cyber gets 2 equalizers, almost 3 off in one fight. And that ends up enabling them to finally secure the smite onto the Elder, to finally claim it for the side of Dig Mirage, and to finally win the fight and secure the game.
Yeah, It was a long sought out affair. We thought it would have ended much earlier, but here we are. This was the final game of round one for tonight. Every other game has been decided, and I'm looking at the spreadsheet right now, and the admins are filling in the next matches here, so we will know our potential next match here. As for some reason, Zeus Gaming was entered under round two. Okay. Kelix is probably a little sussed out about that, but hey.
We'll figure out what our next match is going to be very shortly here. I think we're going to throw it to a quick break here while we do determine what the streamed match is going to be for round two here. But do not go anywhere. We're going to be updating real soon as we know with who our second series of the night is going to be. And given how that first best of three went, I would not want to miss a second one. We've got some great series here in the open qualifiers.
of this world. Distant voices calling for the final fight. We will answer with victory. Yeah. Long have we fought for these lands. In the shadows and the stories of the promised land. Now to take our place beyond. You're on the roof of the world. In the cradle of the storm. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to kiss your soul. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer.
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Open Qualifiers for the Risen Championship Series Summer Season Tier 2 tournament here. We have got one slot in the Proving Grounds up for grabs, a whole bunch of points for Proving Grounds up for grabs here, and now we are checking out two 1-0 teams, one of whom is going to qualify right into the main event after winning tonight. It is going to be Dig Mirage once again facing off up against Maryville University.
Yeah, and gonna be a harder time this time around as oh my god, that lightning tweak I tried making in the background is a lot worse than I thought it'd be. Gives me a bit of a holy horror though. Either way though, this should be Maryville favored match, I feel, because Digmig, we did see some potential flaws in their game plan in the last years. We saw how they could be over aggressive and they even bit them in the end of that game number 1. And Maryville are coming off pretty high from a second place CLOL finish. Of course, did not have the best results in cup themselves. So both these teams should be decently evenly matched, I feel, but I'm still leaning towards Maryville because they do have the power of friendship. They have had this roster a bit longer and they have had better results. And if we're going off of results, then you can't go wrong with better results.
Absolutely. And we are getting right into the draft here for game number 1 between these two squads. So we do see that Jake and Mirage are going to be taking the blue side, Maryville on the red. Maryville, of course, being one of the most historically successful collegiate programs and one of the few collegiate esports programs that can really get into these amateur events and challenge some of the top tier amateur teams like Dig Mirage. Dig, they're going to be locking in this Nocturne. They had a lot of success with DNA on this pick earlier this evening, Gofrino. They're going to be running it back here, giving away Ezreal and Set to the side of Maryville.
Unsurprising that the Nocturne immediately locked in. It is such a potent force in those solo lanes. And like we mentioned before, I'll mention it again, that Cyber is not afraid to pick up the Nocturne jungle in 2021, which is definitely a weird thing to be saying. Of course, though, Digmig can grab their bot lane here. I was about to say a Rumble, and then I remembered there are the bans here, and it's like, yes, the Rumble was banned. I was going to pinch this jungle pool a tiny bit here. But that Varus locked in can match up with Poke against that Ezreal, and can be a massive 1 versus 1 team for that Ezreal. Discounting that 1 versus 1 we saw from Cal last game, but
yeah, and Cal's going to be busting out that Varus once again here. The Lee Sin going to be locked in to go along with it. We see Dragoon picking up that champion quite a bit in Cup. He's going to be having his first opportunity of the evening to play it here. Never got to bust it out up against that Radiant squad in the previous game. Now is going to be looking to bring it out here against a Maryville. We know he's likely going to be up against that Set. Now, what else does Maryville want to round out their draft with?
I'm curious to see. Oh, okay. It's gonna be the Diana. Haven't really seen too many people aside from RBM bring this pick out. And I know RBM has had some pretty big success on it, and that can still be going to the mid lane if they really want to. Let's see where it does go up though, because that is one of the potencies of Diana. It is that flex pick here.
Yeah, absolutely is going to be. Now I can see we're still not on the draft screen here, but to give a little bit of an update to anybody here, you've got Nocturne, Varus, and Lee Sin locked in for the side of Dig Mirage. We've got Ezreal, Set, and Diana locked in for the side of Maryville, and we are going on into the second phase of bans thus far. Draft scene gonna be coming up and coming very shortly.
Yeah, I'm just quickly uploading a screenshot so I can just post the link in Twitch chat real quick for our viewers. So they aren't completely in the dark. Hopefully I don't get auto banned. Damn it! I got auto banned because I posted a link.
Okay, go
Okay,
for
I thought
Gonna
that
be
would be
banned
safe.
from Twitch chat there. But Maryville, they're hovering the Rakan here. They want to duo that up with this Ezreal. They know they're up against Varus. They don't know what the support's going to be on Dig Mirage's side. So Maryville gonna lock on in Rakan here as it's going to be Rakan Ezreal, the bot lane for Maryville, facing off against Varus and TBD for Dignitas Mirage.
And okay, it's gonna be the Nautilus. which can be a bit of a rough one for Rakan because you jump in and in the time it takes you to knock up the Nautilus, he can queue up that auto attack to root you down. Okay. Nico. DNA did play that back in Cup. Haven't seen it in Risen so far. Of course, there's only been 3 games for him so far in Risen, and he's going to be locked in, which means it's either going to be Lee Sin or Nocturne Jungle.
Yeah, certainly is going to be one of those two. Gotta believe it's more likely to be the Nocturne based on what we've seen Cyber bust out before. But yeah, that Nico, really a comfort pick for DNA here, one of his most played, and that is going to be what he wants to take up against potentially this Diana or potentially something else here, as it is going to be Spyrex hovering this Victor for the side of Maryville, and that is going to be locked on in. So it is going to be the Victor for the mid lane on the side of Maryville. That means it's going to be the Diana jungle more than likely here, coming through for this collegiate squad.
We'll see how they're able to make it work, because with the Ezreal, with the Diana, with the Victor, and of course the Rakan, Maryville does have the potential for strong team fights here, but when you look at the side of Dignic here, Gordo, I mean, they have some very insane pick potential, and can look to maybe just blow up 1 or 2 people before the fight even starts.
All right, and the draft has arrived on the stream, it would appear. Everybody else can check out these wonderful picks that we've been talking about this entire evening. Now, you can see Maryville, they've got a pretty nice composition for themselves here. Going to be looking to go for some heavy engage there with this Diana Rakan duo, who are both going to be diving on into that back line. They got set to go along with them, while Ezreal and Victor are just dishing out a little bit of poke damage from the other side. Meanwhile, Dig Mirage, now they got a little bit more poke available in the tank there. They've got that Nico, they've got this Varus. They can eventually look for when it's their moment to go on in, looking for some explosive engages here from that Lee Sin or from that Nocturne.
Yeah, because you also have the Nico, the Nautilus, and the Varus who can make their own explosive engages here. So Maryville do have their work cut out for them when it comes to surviving this initial pop. But if you are able to survive that, if you're able to trap them in a set face breaker, in a Rakan grand entrance, in a Victor W, that can be a very nice thing here for Maryville, and look to really turn the tides of a fight here against Digmig's very bursty composition.
Yeah, certainly can be here. It's now throwing up the predictions in the chat as the band's going to come on across once again in the in-client version of the draft. As yeah, I'm really excited to see this Diana come on through for Odd Orange. We've seen this champion have some success at various levels of play already, but haven't seen it yet this evening. Facing off up against that Nocturne in the jungle with that Rumble band on away, certainly going to be a spicy matchup.
It is going to be a very spicy matchup, as thank you players for misclicking in the client draft. Either way, though, it's going to be a fun game to watch if Series 1 is anything to go off of.
Yeah, definitely here. Excited to see Dig Mirage up against now a little bit of higher tier of competition as Maryville. We've talked about how decorated this squad is, able to take second in the CLOL Championship. They were qualified over for the for Cup, although did not see much success, but neither did Dignitas Mirage, and are now going to be coming on in here trying to qualify once again for another tier 2 here. As we said, getting 2 wins in this in this bracket here is enough to qualify you to the main event. So whichever one of these 1-0 squads does end up taking this best of 3, they're going to be moving all the way on into the main event.
Yep, and that will be very nice, because that means you have all day tomorrow to just kind of chillax, scrim, scout out your opponents, which is always kind of nice to do, and not have to worry about the stress of prepping for a potential 3rd series within the course of 2 days. And then of course Monday starts off, so then you have a series then, and then another on Tuesday, and then you're getting flashbacks to the spring split of Proving Grounds, where you just have the absolute blast of playing 4 days in a row with next to no break.
Yeah, absolutely there. It's now just finishing out this client draft. Nothing really too unexpected occurring here, but really excited to see these two teams face off against each other. We're going to take a little bit of a break now while we get loaded on up into the first game. Not go anywhere. We're going to be right back with game 1 of Dignitas Mirage up against Maryville University. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's Open Qualifiers for the Risen Championship League. We are now going to see Maryville University take on Dig Mirage, our winners from our first series of the night. Dig are going to be coming on the blue side, Maryville on the red here. We can see Shady is immediately up to some shenanigans here. He's going to throw that deep ward into the opposing jungle, looking to not get caught on out, and is going to be able to escape.
Yeah, I mean, it is a recon level 1, and we can see he did start with the grand entrance, so it allows you to go back on over that wall if something does go awry. So hey, just both these teams getting a feel for each other on the Rift, not committing anything too much, as I don't know, there's probably like some weird like don't commit too much to a first date joke I could make here, but it'd be way too forced, and I don't think it would land.
Very fair, very fair. So now we are going to be seeing another Mage versus Mage matchup. You know, we don't get too much of these anymore in the current meta, but it does look like it is going to be coming on across for this game. This is going to be the Nico up against Spearax's Victor here. Has been the final choice on the red side and the final decision to face off up against DNA's Nico. See how Spearax is able to make this one happen, as DNA going to be aggressing a little bit early here, going to be proccing that electrocute.
Really good, yeah. I thought he was gonna hit level 2 at some point during that wave and potentially have the root, which would have been a very nice extra trading tool. Of course, thanks to Nico just getting those empowered auto attacks every 3 autos and being able to proc the electrocute, while also having the corrupting potion to just kind of chug away to brute force a lot of the returning damage. Hey, works out pretty well for DNA. Now has the Pop Blossom as well to potentially pop Spirax.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is going to be looking to use those blooming blows there to force on Victor out of that lane. Getting a nice lead for himself early is the side of DNA. And meanwhile, likewise on the bottom lane, it is going to be Cow and Light Pulse getting a little bit of an advantage in that 2 versus 2, as should be expected with the Varus Nautilus setup. And Dragoon, though, he is the odd man out. He's getting forced on in by Chippy's set here. Chippy's going to be looking to get a big crash here on a big wave.
Yep, and that is one of the good things about the set into Lee Sin matchup. It can be hard, sure, for the set to initially go in on the Lee Sin, but Lee Sin, when he trades, does like to get up in your face to press the crippling strike on the wave to push it. And then, of course, the resonating strike is kind of a one-way ticket right into a Set's face, and Set does not mind using the face breaker on you and then wailing away with the punch of his. You can make it a little hard for Lee Sin. It is not unwinnable, of course. Just gonna be a little bit of a hard time. I do like this mid jungle and top gang squad fam meetup here. Convention. I don't know. I'm forcing things at this point, but it does result in a nice secured scuttle here for Cyber, and I like that early teamwork as there's a little hug.
Yeah, 2v2 coming on through here. Shady has not been able to land the grand entrance yet, is able to do so onto Light Pulse. They're looking to melt through this Nautilus before Rakan ends up going down. Looks like they might be able to. Azog does not land the W, but doesn't need to. The autos are more than enough, as now it is going to be Cow left all alone here. He trades back for Shady, but Odd Orange is available. Odd Orange going to jump over the wall, going to flash, going to pick on up another kill for himself here. It is a 2-for-1 in favor of the squad of Maryville here. And now DNA coming down, trying to make a difference, but the only difference he's making is in favor of Maryville. Odd Orange going to melt right on through him, and now Cyber, he's going to join the party, but here comes a big teleport from Spirax, looking to chase farther here. Possibly going to make it a 4-for-1 here in favor of Maryville University. Dig Mirage, they just keep trying to get something back from a fight that was not initially in their favor, and it does not look like they are going to be able to do so. Nice crescent strike landed there onto Cyber. Can the E come on across from Odd Orange? It looks like the answer is going to be no. It's going to solidly end at a 3-for-1 in favor of Maryville, though, and they are feeling real good about that one.
Yeah, Dig Mirage, they saw it as a bad situation and then tried to make the best of it in, like, one of the worst ways possible. Because DNA went in there way too soon before Cyber could respond. If they had gone in as 2, then, yeah, maybe that was it. But it doesn't. And so now it just kind of looks like a Papega moment from Dignitas Mirage. Still a winnable time, it's going to be a harder time, especially now with the Odd Orange being 2-0 as this Diana is going to accelerate him further. Means he should hit level 6 a bit sooner. Look to really pressure lanes with that Moonfall ultimate.
Yeah, that is certainly going to be the objective here. It's going to be a lot of power invested into this Diana. You really want to be able to get those kind of one-shot engages off, but as I'm saying that, it's Light Pulse going in for a nice dredge line in the bottom lane. Shady going to have to back on away there, but they're doing so much damage back on Cow. They're going to land the Grand Entrance onto him, and Azog just going to finish on off that kill, and now Odd Orange, he's right back. He's ready to pick up another kill, and he claims it for himself. Meanwhile, Sparrox getting engaged on in the mid lane, importantly going to be able to get that stun off of the gravity field to prevent himself from getting solo killed by DNA. 2 more kills in the pocket of Maryville. Odd Orange, another one going to have for himself there, and he is so massive in this game number 1.
Yeah, Diana can snowball, and she happens to be snowballing here in this game number 1. Maryville getting off to a very nice first step in this game number 1 of this series, and because keep in mind, if they are able to win tonight, they don't have to play tomorrow. Means they're guaranteed a spot in the next in normal mode, right? Sorry.
In the main event. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm kind of resetting up my camera here since the iPhone I was using as a webcam kind of died, so you know, fun stuff.
Very good, very good. A little bit of technical setup. As speaking of some setups here, we can see how powerful Maryville's bot lane really are now. They've got 100% KP onto Azog's Ezreal here. He's been catapulted over ahead of this Varus by a pretty substantial margin. So now we can see Chippies and Dragoon going at it in the top lane. Dragoon not going to get the favorable end of that trade, going to have to back out away. And now the bot lane, they're fighting again as well. This is not really going to go into Maryville's favor without DNA having a little bit of influence, but the Tangle Barb's going to get dodged away from by Azog's shift. That means he's not going to end up going down.
Oh, yep. Sorry, just doing more camera figuring out stuff because my screen's not rotating. It's great.
All right, now Light Pulse getting engaged on in the bottom lane. Here comes the Paranoia from that Nocturne, going to look to melt through Shady right away and is going to be able to do so. But Odd Orange, he's turning it around with Azog's help. They're going to try to execute down this Diana at minimum with Dragoon's help. They are going to be able to do so, but not quite able to finish off anybody else. This is 2 for 2 thus far, but Azog is on the wrong side of the map, trying to run away, trying to get that Arcane Shift back available. Lands another Mystic Shot, is not able to get it though. DNA shuts him down as well. And it's going to be a 3 for 2, this time in favor of Dignitas Mirage. They strike back, trying to get themselves back into the game.
Man, and I thought I'd have a bit of calm on the rift there to sort out some technical things, but no. As Dig Mirage coming back fighting here in an explosive manner to show they aren't out of this game quite yet, and it's going to be one hell of a banger series.
Yeah, DNA really coming on down, coming in clutch with that roam into the bottom lane, securing themselves a couple of more kills, able to at least stabilize their bottom lane for the time being, as Odd Orange and Azog were really starting to run away with it here. Now that Azog's had the opportunity to spend a little bit more gold, he is in quite the strong position. Now Shady looking for a dive in the middle lane. DNA incredibly low, going to get executed down by Odd Orange, and Cyber is there as well. They're going to take it extra if they can get it. 2 for 0 in the mid lane. Maryville University keeps the game going.
Yep, as Maryville's showing they got to that early lead for a reason here, and they're going to be making sure Dig Mig feels that lead. As now with this 4-9 lead, it's giving them control over this river, control over this Herald, even a teleport in the bot lane here. This is trouble.
Yeah, this is going to be Spyrex coming on in there to get his team farther ahead, and Azog, wow! So much damage comes on through there from that True Shot Barrage. Another kill goes into Azog's pocket. Cow, once again, going to see that gray screen, going to take a trip back to his fountain, and he's stuck at just 56 CS here. He's 2 and 4, and he's going to lose even more turret plates.
Yeah, this is very massive Ezreal, to say the least. Dummy thick, if one would want to use proper scientific terminology. That being said, though, it's going to be hard to deal with this Ezreal, who is going to be very safely poking out of range once once he finishes off the Divine Sunderer here, already has the man immune here. With how accelerated he is, he knows he can just buy this now, still be ahead, have that stacked up, and have a much more powerful spike once he finishes off that Divine Sunderer compared to if he went Divine Sunderer into the man immune.
Yeah, definitely something to keep in mind there. Should be able to get that Mirror Mana upgrade incredibly quickly. Chippies and Dragoon still, they're just chilling in the top lane. Not too much has been going down up there. Dragoon was able to teleport in and pick up some kills in the bot lane earlier on. But Chippies has continuously come out on top in these one-on-ones. And Dragon's Rage going to have to be used there by Dragoon to get Chippies away. But here's Odd Orange looking for the engage. Dashes on in with the E. Does have access to the Moonfall. Is going to pull it on in. Dragoon has to flash away to escape there. It's going to be no flash available for that Lee Sin in the top lane. And all the priority for Chippies.
Oof. And Chippies can look to really use that as that's a good route.
Yeah, Cow gets a nice Chains of Corruption there, and looking from behind, it's Light Pulse coming on through to pick on up that shutdown. Shady as well, going to be picked up too. Cyber gets a double kill in the bottom lane, and Azog and Shady, they just get caught sleeping. They get 4-man to the bottom lane, and they both get shut down.
Yep, it's a party in the bot lane, and it is a rough time in the bot lane for Maryville. Great shutdowns being picked up here by Digmig to stop the gas here in this bot lane. Put some gas back in the tank of Cow, as does Varus.
Yeah, no. Going to be Dragoon, once again, coming on in, just trying to clear on out his waves, flash or no flash, but that is the Rift Herald thrown down in the middle lane. Spyrex and Odd Orange want to try to pick up some plates. They are going to be able to do so. The turret now incredibly low. Shady is here for the engage. DNA taken out incredibly low by the Chaos Storm. He is going to fall down to Shady's Ignite. Another kill picked up to the side of Maryville University. Light Pulse standing here trying to defend the turret, not going to be able to do so. His first turret of the game falls down for Maryville in the mid lane.
And these teams are just trading blow for blow, it feels like, Gordo. One team gets a kill in the top lane, the other team gets 2 kills in the mid lane.
Oh, and Light Pulse going to get found as well. It's going to be another kill in the jungle here, picked up for the side of Maryville. Odd Orange even gets the Moonfall in onto the side of Cow as well. He is not long for this world. He's going to be able to trade back onto Shady, though. Not going to be enough, though, as Odd Orange picks on up the double kill. 6, 1, and 4 on this Diana. The one-shot potential is fully online.
Yeah, and Cow, I don't know about that one. Should have just left your support to die there, but he does at least get 1 in return. Making the best of a worse situation, I guess, but it is a bit of a worse situation he crafted out of his own doing, so give and take.
Give and take indeed here as Maryville, they've built themselves up a little bit over 3k gold in advantages here. They did not manage to secure the first dragon, so the stacking going to take a little bit longer once it does actually come time for those objectives. But the gold lead well into their favor, ballooned even higher by that Rift Herald and the first turret pickup in the mid lane. The gold is just all in Maryville's hands, and it's now up to them to see what they're going to be able to do with it. Azog spots out Light Pulse here, has Shady coming down as well. They might go in for this engage. They're going to settle for just poking for the time being.
Still, though, very aggressive here, all the way across the map. We know about the kill per minute metric that everybody touts as the easiest way to define whether or not a game is a banger. We're definitely a little bit over that. So, by the generalist public metric, this is a banger game. See what Digmig are able to bring out, though, because we do know that Diana is pretty massive. Azog's Ezreal also still very massive here, and those are 2 big carries that you are going to be having to deal with every single fight.
Yeah, we are well into banger territory here with 20 kills picked up here in just about 14 minutes. So now it's about 1:30 until the next dragon ship. He's going to get engaged on by Dragoon once again. We know how this song and dance goes. At least we think we do. As the showstopper comes through from Chippy's, going to get more damage down onto Dragoon. A nice haymaker comes on out to secure the health lead for Chippies there.
Oh,
but
look at this trap.
Yeah, Odd Orange going on in another 2-man Moonfall, followed up with the quickness. It's just too clean in the bottom lane as Maryville University pick up 2 more kills again, and now the teleport comes on through from DNA, but it's only to look at the corpses of his bottom lane. It's only to head for the hills and barely avoid going down to the Chaos Storm from Spyrax. It's 2 more kills for Maryville in the bottom lane. We've been saying it time and time again this whole game long, and they're keeping that lead going.
Yep, and it looked like a good bait in the bot lane there, but Cyber just kind of holding onto that ultimate too long, and by the time he does pop it well, Cow and Light Pixie were kind of already dead, so that's a bit of a Nako Taco moment. And Maryville, they're going to be picking up the back-to-back dubs here.
Yeah, they definitely are here. They pick up the second turret in the bottom lane. Light Pulse and Cow are once again down here. They are once again they're just trying to play their own lane out, Gopher, and they just don't get to here because Odd Orange is always here and is always killing them. Here comes the engage from Light Pulse. Dragoon has already shown on up. Chippies is here though, gets the face breaker out of 2 targets, is focusing down onto DNA. Here comes Shady, diving on in there with the grand entrance. DNA has been CC'd up for so long. Odd Orange going to be able to finish off that kill. Now Dragoon, he's left all alone. He's going to get engaged on next 1 versus 3. Shady going to be able to pick up that kill. Now Light Pulse getting chased solo by Odd Orange, does not have access to the Lunar Rush, is not going to be able to finish off onto that Nautilus, but once again, say it with me, Gopher, 2-0 Maryville in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and Digmig aggressed onto that. They were looking for that. And they had the time to back out after they forced that initial fight. Forced them to just kind of run away. And then just run as soon as they saw that teleport. But they did opt for it. And they pay a heavy price for it. Because that entire time we saw that Victor getting free farm, free turret in that mid lane. Also get to pick up a dragon on the back end as well. So Maryville coming out very strong here despite some early blow for blows, allowing Digmig to stay close. It has been Maryville confidently in the lead all game long so far, Gordo, and they look to continue that trend.
Indeed, they do, and hard to not continue it when Odd Orange is this far ahead. He's 8-1-6 on this Diana. He's dominating this game.
Just a little. Just a wee bit. As some might say. Dragoon, though, might be looking for this. Does have DNA on the back end, spotted out on a ward. And diving a set with Showstopper is an extremely hard thing to do.
Yeah, and he's got flash. Chippy's just so tough to dive right now. He's going to get forced off the turret, sure. Dragoon's going to be able to pick up a little bit of something back for the Dignitas Mirage squad, but just like that, Odd Orange in the mid lane. Once again, Cow going to have to flash instantly. He's learned his lesson from the last time, and Shady, with the quickness going, he's going to get snagged there by those chains of corruption. They're not going to be able to pick up a kill here, but they do pick up the turret.
Yep, and forcing out the Bears' flash means you can kill him very easily next time. Because Shurelia's is up more often than Flash, if we're going off of pure raw cooldown metrics here. And you can look to just force that again here in about 60 to 90 seconds if you so please. Shady and the Odd Orange have to be careful though, especially without that Moonfall. This could be a rock and a hard place situation, but it does not look like Digmig knows entirely about this.
And they're not sure yet. DNA, though, he smells that something's cooking, but does he smell that there's 4 people on top of him? Clearly not, as he's going to get engaged on. He's going to blow the Pop Blossom. They're going to wait it out, re-engage. Odd Orange picks up another kill, goes dominating here on this Diana. DNA now once again in the grave, down for the 5th time this game. That's going to be an easy Rift Herald pickup for the side of Maryville as they continue to snowball this game.
And this is kind of really tragic for DNA as well, because we know he is an eco-aficionado. We know that this is an extremely comfort pick for him. But comfort just hasn't really been working out for him tonight. With the 1 loss in the last series was with his most played, that Syndra. And this series along, well, results are not showing too favorable for the Nico. We'll see how it works out though, because props to Maryville there, Gordo, because they played an extremely long con there, just chilling in that top lane tri-bush, waiting to spring their trap, and Digmig did not see it coming, to say the least.
No, they absolutely did not there. They baited DNA all the way into the river, who's looking to just get a little bit of poke on champions trying to do the Rift Herald. He did not realize he's getting flanked around, and then he was in a 1 versus 4. It's going to be another shutdown, not even really shutdown, as they can't get any kills over on the side of Digmirage. It's just another pickup for the side of Maryville here. So now they're just waiting it out. This Baron's going to be spawning here in just a few minutes. And early Barons, when you have an 8k gold lead, they're very, very doable, Gopherino.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially with damage bulk composition, like Maryville has. You have this Fed Ezreal. you can definitely get through that. You have the rest of your team as well, who are not too shabby when it comes to taking that Baron. And it looks like the name of the game here for Maryville will just be spreading out across the map, dropping some deep vision. I mean, they already have a bunch of deep vision here. Popping the Shirelias just in case there's anybody waiting as supposed to. Eat a fat combo into probably death. Maryville just playing the systematic game here, Gordo.
Yeah, some great macro play coming in through from the collegiate squad here. They pop the Shirelias just to clear those, just to get over to the pink wards and clear them away faster, replace them with their own here, as they're just going to clear away this whole blue side jungle. They're going to claim the Gromp, claim the blue buff, and they're all set now to set up for this Baron. They can force the face check coming on through from the side of Dig Mirage here, and you can see Light Pulse. He wants to go in there. He wants to get vision. He wants to know where Maryville are at, but he knows that's poisonous right there. He's gonna fall down and
look at Shady. He's got the flank. He's got the pop.
He dives right on in there onto Cow. He's gonna be the one to fall. He's the one that doesn't have flash from earlier. Azog gonna pick up that kill, and now with a 5v4 on the map with the 80 carry of Dig Mirage down, Maryville can start on up this Baron if they so choose.
Oh, and it should be very easy peasy. Like, we see the fruits of their vision labor coming through there, because they have a deep ward already all the way down in mid lane towards that down tier 2 turret, and then they don't even have vision on that shady flank there. Now it gives them the Baron. Now it lets them further dictate the pace of this game here, Gordo, and this should just be Maryville looking to finish out this game number 1 in as clean of a fashion as possible with surgical precision using this Baron.
Yeah, they can just ram a minion wave right through that middle lane now. You gotta believe. So they've got such hard engage available on their team comp with this Rakan Diana duo, and with the set for backup as well. They should be able to just get a wave, defend it, and force their way into the base here. But instead, they might find a little bit of a Dragoon waiting on around on the side here. He gets pulled on in by the Moonfall, tries to flash away, doesn't mean anything. As Spyrex picks up that kill, and it's a 4v5 on the map once again. And they can look to split on up and get maximum value out of this Baron buff.
Yep. And you have this big old wave already coming to crash on down here to this base. You have the Rift Herald as well. That's how early of a Baron this was. You could see the dancing Rift Herald here if they're able to get a big old fight here and then just look to completely smash through the base. Would be a little bit hard, but Chippy's is trying to make that dancing Shelly dream come on true. Won't be the case, as they do get the early inhib and they already have this pressure in the top side. They could look for the daily double here, Gordo.
Definitely can here, and they can barely even find a minute where they have 5 people on the map, as every time they've got 5, somebody gets caught out in the jungle, somebody gets rushed onto by Shady with his Shirelias, and just like that, they're 4v5 again. They have to give up more objectives, and if that happens enough times, you find yourself down 11k gold, and that's pretty much where Dig Mirage find themselves right now.
Yep, because we kind of saw it throughout this entire game until it got up to this rather insurmountable point where it would be trading for blows. Maryville would get a little bit more, or maybe just take back-to-back dubs. And now, I mean, it's just constant W's here across the map for Maryville. They are once again dropping in this deep vision here, securing a chokehold over this game as Shady just walking up without any regard for Dragoon's Lee Sin whatsoever. That is cockiness, but well-deserved cockiness from Shady.
Absolutely is here. So all 5 members of Maryville are chilling in this bottom lane, ready to get this place set up. Light Pulse and Dragoon are here. They're going in for the engage. That's going to be the arcane shift over the wall from the side of Azog. He just has to stay alive. He isn't going to be able to do so, but now can the fight be won? 4 versus 5. On Orange finds himself in a little bit of a 1 versus 3. Flashes forward, picks up a kill with the Crescent Slash. Now it's up to Dragoon. He threw on down the Dragon's Rage. Is he able to pick up on anybody else? Looks like no. Spyrex chasing down onto Cow. Isn't able to finish him on off. Light Pulse going on down here. Dragoon gets picked off by Chippies on the side. Light Pulse falls down to Spyrex. That's 3 kills for 1. Picked up on the side of Big Mirage. Shady, he wants that last Q. He isn't able to pick up the kill onto Cow there, but the lost fight might be the end of the game here. Like you say, go for, Chippies and Spyrex. They're in the base. They got a big old wave there. They're going to look to knock down these Nexus turrets, and they're going to look to knock down the game. Game 1 gonna go in favor of Maryville University. A 25-minute closeout for the collegiate squad.
Damn. Okay. Once Maryville got that massive lead, that solid lead, they did not let go of the brakes here at Gordo, and we thought this would be a closer series favorite towards Maryville. But Maryville coming out of this game number one showing, no, there's a reason why we do have this decorated history and we always brag about it. And they definitely showed why they have that history.
Oh, for sure. We said it might be a little bit Maryville favored, but Maryville, they're taking issue with that little bit part there. They dominated this game number one. Odd Orange on his Diana. I said I was excited for the pick, and I was certainly correct there. As Odd Orange just rampaged through that entire game, got a nice lead for himself as early as the level one, just kept going bot lane over and over and over again, and from there on out, it was easy play for the rest of that Maryville squad.
Yes. I look to sort out how my camera looks due to those mid-game issues, but yes, Maryville, dominant game number one here. Digmig, they're gonna have to do something different in this game number two, something drastically different, because feels like they were kind of trying a bit of the same that they did last series, and Maryville kind of just able to meet them at every corner.
Yeah, they put a stop to that real quick. So we're going to have to wait and see what Dig Mirage can pull on out here in game number two to try to strike back up against Maryville. Maybe at the very minimum, looking to not lose the early levels quite as hard here. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get loaded into the draft for game number two, but do not go anywhere. We're going to be right back here with more of Maryville University up against Dignitas Mirage. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of Dignitas Mirage up against Maryville University in the Risen Open qualifiers for the Tier 2 tournament. We are getting right into draft here for these guys. Maryville University just took game number 1 in very convincing fashion. We're going to see what Dignitas Mirage have managed to cook up to strike back here in game number 2.
Yeah, because Dig Mig definitely had quite a bit of time in the break there to do whatever VOD review they wanted to do to prep for this game. They are going to be taking away the Gwen already. Maryville. Okay, I'd be confused if Maryville are the ones to ban away that Lulu, since I believe Maryville is much more likely to pick Lulu. Especially when you look at Dig Big, does not strike me as one of the most pro Lulu teams out there. There's that Nocturne being taken off the board. That is just such a massive pain.
Yeah, and otherwise, going to be the Akali banned away by Dig Mirage. Now, Maryville, they've got first pick of the litter. They're hovering that Rumble, and they're going to lock it on in. Odd Orange had a great game at number 1 here, and now he is on a pick that we have seen nothing but pop-offs from all night, Go Farino. So real excited to see what Odd Orange has cooked up for it.
Yep, as it is quite the force to be reckoned with, and Odd Orange is very practiced on this pick. Of course, basically every jungler is at this point, with just how prevalent the Rumble has been in the meta. However, though, Odd Orange has put in more games than most other people as this Rumble comfort pick. Maybe though, gonna be locking in the Viego. We saw Dragoon pilot that in game number 1 on the stream tonight. They have a little bit of a rough start, but once he got into the swing of things in that lane, was able to win the 1v1s.
Absolutely did here. Could also potentially be a pick for Cyber or a pick for DNA, too. A lot of flex potential here on this boy. It's now Syndra going to be the lock-in, though, for Dig Mirage. They're going to answer a couple of our questions about where that Viego might be going, and the answer is not going to be mid, as DNA, well-practiced on the Syndra, going to be busting it out for the second time this evening.
See how well he's able to do on that, because this is a blind pick Syndra, and then also with the Syndra being locked in already, you don't have to worry about that Viego being flexed to the mid lane, which is always one of the more potent aspects of it. Of course, there is still the top jungle flex potential. Does mean, though, that Maryville is able to grab the Ezreal that has been just such a massive priority all night long, and for a pretty darn good reason here, Gordo. That Ezreal is a potent, safe, and scaling power pick here.
Yeah, and then the Lee Sin now being hovered by Maryville as well, going to be locked on in. The first 3 here for Maryville looking like they could have been the bans on the red side. A very strong first rotation comes through for the collegiate squad, but the counter pick now very quickly locked in by Dig Mirage. Cow is tired of having to deal with these Ezreals. He's going to lock on in that Callista, try to slam it in lane.
And I like that Dig Big also playing it safe here in case that Ezreal gets flexed to the mid lane and taking away the Ashe as well, since the Ashe versus Callista matchup is more of an Ashe versus minion matchup. I don't know where he's going with that, but it is a rough time indeed for the Callista, who can definitely put the pressure on Ezreal if you're able to get on him early enough. Slow him with that rend, let your support rain down the pain alongside you, because the Ezreal, after he uses his arcane shifts, if you rend him, he is going to have a bad time trying to get away.
Absolutely. Here, the Leona band going to come across from Dig Mirage as well. Now, Maryville, they want to take away some of these potential aggressive lane duos, but they also kind of want to take away Dragoon's Darius, and so they are going to be banning that one out here. Now, what does Dig Mirage take? They've got Rakan in their sights. Would pair up well with that Callista. Would be a great Champion of Fates call in and spit back out, and it is going to get locked on in there. Light Pulse's Rakan for another time this evening.
And it is paired with the Callista as well to just give that Rakan even more mobility and safety here, which can always be very, very well appreciated. Of course, the Nihilus can probably be the response here. Actually, the Camille, I believe this is a Chippy special, if I'm not mistaken. Memory might be a little bit rusty though, so don't exactly quote me on that. Either way though, Maryville, they definitely have some very powerful solo lane and split push potential here with this Lee Sin, with this Camille, and they can look to just put the pressure down here on the side lanes.
Yeah, Chippy's is Camille. going to be the lock on in. And as you said, that Nautilus, certainly a good pairing with the Ezreal, certainly should be acceptable into the Callista Rakan that they do have to deal with. And now Dig Mirage, they can choose if they want to lock in a jungler here, or they can take that Viego into the jungle and pick a good matchup up against the Camille. Not super familiar with Viego into Camille, so we'll see what Dragoon's feelings are tonight.
He definitely does have to pick of the litter, unless he wants to put the Viego on the top lane.
Ooh.
Again,
He
how
just
did
might.
it could be last game when Orange got, to put it conservatively, a good snowball going.
Certainly did there. He was running through all the members of Dig Mirage in the last game, and now Cyber going to be trying to repeat that performance, take us to a game 3 here. The Diana going to be likely going into the jungle. That will likely mean it is Dragoon's Viego in the top lane to face off up against Chippy's Camille. Marival, though, they got a real big suite, I would say, of power picks here. The Lee Sin, super highly valued. The Rumble, the Ezreal, the Nautilus, especially with the Rumble, considered very, very good. Only really the Camille, not one of those maybe S-tier champions that everyone's thinking about these days. But Dig Mirage, they've got the Viego, who everyone knows is a little bit broken at the time being. They've got Callista Rakan for this aggressive bot lane duo to take into the Ezreal. It's just really going to be up to if they could get the leads that they want early on.
Yeah, because you want this Callista to get going, you want this Diana to get going, you want this Syndra to also get going as well. Of course, when you look at Maryville's composition, it won't be too terribly hard to completely burst him out. There definitely will be a little bit of extra beef to get through, but Digmig's composition, if they are even, they can at least burst off a lot of these members on Maryville at any point in the game. It's just a matter of how many can they burst here.
Yeah, and we've seen Dig Mirage take Viego and Syndra in the same draft already tonight, and I really like that setup coming through for them. You really want to be able to get that first big reset on your Viego, and once you are able to do that, you get a whole nother rotation of abilities, albeit on a different champion. You also get a whole nother Heartbreaker to go on in and try to snowball that into more kills. So I like this burst focus when you already have a Viego on your team. But we're going to have to see how well can Dragoon really navigate the laning phase here. It feels like the Camille into Viego should be a tough one for the Viego. So we'll see how Dragoon manages to navigate his way through.
Because Viego definitely does have a lot of tools like that invisibility, which can be handy. You do, of course, have that root to keep that Camille in place, which can always be a nice boon here. And even if the Camille does get in your face here as this Viego, I mean, you don't really mind that either, since you are one of those auto attack based melee champions in the top lane as well.
Yeah, absolutely the case there for these guys, and that Rumble jungle, it's been massive this whole evening. You really can't deny the impact that Yordle in the mech suit has had throughout this evening's matches, throughout all these matches that Dig Mirage have been involved in here. And now they got to face it down once again, this time in Odd Orange's hands. He's able to execute this Rumble effectively. Gotta believe that that's going to be Maryville's ticket into the main event here, because they're just a stone's throw away from qualifying for the Risen main event here. They just have to be able to win this one more match. And that's all it's going to take to be able to qualify in, to be able to call it a day, to be able to take it easy tomorrow and prep for your Monday matchups. Meanwhile, if Mirage, if they don't win right here, they're coming back tomorrow to fight for a spot. And they're really going to have their backs a little bit more up against the wall.
Because Maryville, especially, it's been a bit of a weird spring to summer season for them, because they didn't really do too hot in Cup, but they also kind of got literally second in CLOL. Of course, you can make some arguments about whether the competition's the same, yada yada yada. That's a debate that can go on for days. But it still stands. That is a weird bit of dichotomy in the results here, and I feel like Maryville definitely wants to bring up their amateur scene performances up to the point of, I mean, you got second in CLOL. Bring it up maybe within the ballpark of that.
Yeah, and they got a history of excellence to uphold here. They've gotten multiple players going straight from Maryville into the LCS, into the academy system. And they really, they've made a name for themselves in the North American ecosystem as this place to develop talent. They're really going to want to, at minimum, make the main event here, and they're going to want to do it in a dominating fashion. We're going to have to see if this draft is going to be the one to do it. We're going to throw it to a quick break here while we get loaded on up into game number 2. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be right back with Maryville University up against Dignitas Mirage.
fought for these lands. In the shadows and the stories of the promised light. Now to take our place beyond.
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's matchup, our final matchup of the Risen Open qualifier here between Maryville University and Dig Mirage. Got Maryville on the blue side facing off against Dig on the red. This time around, Maryville were able to take a convincing game one this time around. They've got their Lee Sin, they've got their Rumble, they've got their Ezreal. They're going to look to make this a clean 2-0 to qualify for the main event.
Yep, and definitely would be a great showing here to show why Maryville is a force to be reckoned with, even if they did have a bit of a rocky start in up just a few weeks ago. Still, there's the potential here for Dig Mig to make something shine, and hey, if they're gonna turn this series around, it's gonna have to happen now and potentially go for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be in the cards for Dig Mirage here. They've got some comfort for themselves. DNA's Syndra in particular, and we all know how powerful this Viego can be. If he does get those resets going, it's going to be in Dragoon's hands. If he is going to be able to do that this time around, he is going to be able to bring his team all the way to that game of number 3s. You know, they don't want to play tomorrow. Neither of these squads do. They both want to be able to qualify here and now for the main event, take their Sunday off, take Father's Day, spend it with their dads, and be just getting ready for this next matchup.
Yeah, it's okay. Because you can also just spend Father's Day on Risen with Father Travis, who has brought forth all of this glory.
Certainly
as
can.
Risen Champs. Although he did step down, so technically it's other moderators now, but he is the founder, and we do still have Travibuck, so...
Yeah, if there's anything we know about the Father, it's that he's always with us.
Yeah.
Particularly
But who
Travis.
is the Son and the Holy Spirit?
Cole and Focus, clearly.
I feel like Focus is the Holy Spirit, because she definitely does most of the rule work.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe Demos could be the Holy Spirit as well.
We'll keep that in mind, but now that we are going to see... You can see, actually, Cow hasn't used his spear, by the way, so not going to be getting any W procs for the time being. Also not going to be able to use his ultimate until he actually does go ahead and use that black spear. Well,
Wait, did he not find yet?
Nope, it's not bound. It's still in his inventory, so that's going to be something to keep track of, as they're going to end up losing out on some damage once Callista's leveled that W.
Huh, yeah, okay. Because I thought it might have been a case of he binded, but then bought the spear, because if it's within, never mind, I'll hold that thought.
Yeah, a little bit of an engage coming into the bot lane onto Shady. They're going to yank those spears out of there with the Rend. Get a good amount of damage onto Shady and Azog's bottom lane. As Shady and Azog, they don't have the luxury of being set massively ahead from the early game this time around, and so are going to have to play out this lane on a little bit more even footing.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Sadly, you don't get to start off lane with a massive, like, 3-1 lead. Darn.
Yeah, unfortunate for them this time around, but I'm certain they can live with it, although what they might not be able to live with is Cyber coming on into this bottom lane, looking to maybe pick up a little bit of a cheeky gank here, but does not appear to be able to do so, as Chippies is getting engaged on by Dragoon in the top lane. This fully stacked Conqueror from Dragoon going to force that Camille to hook shot on out of there, and Dragoon gets himself a nice trade, a nice early advantage.
Yep, that is the thing about Viego. He does hurt quite a bit once you get into range and he is autoing away at you, and that Conk does stack up Chippies. Did go for the grass this time around. Haven't seen Camille recently enough to know if this is still the rune choice or not, because I remember earlier this season or later last season, I can't remember specifically, but when you did pick the Camille, people did the math and it was like, yeah, Grasp of the Undying just gives you roughly similar damage to Conqueror in terms of laning, but it just gives you that extra scaling health for tankiness, and then it also gives you that sustain.
Absolutely does here, as Spyrex dashing up, dashing around up against DNA here, but keeping himself up in CS. Both top laners also going to expend their TPs to get back up into that lane. Black Spear, still not used quite yet by Cow. Not that you couldn't really use it in the middle of lane here, but curious when they are going to
I mean,
choose to make that commitment.
you can use it in the middle of the lane. Might get a little punished when there's a Nautilus on the other side, but you can use it. Just like how you can use an iPhone as a webcam. Doesn't mean you should. Who's to say?
It's debatable. It's definitely debatable here, as we do see finally is going to be the bot lane of Dig Mirage going for a recall. Actually, though, looks like it's only Cow, so still not going to be time to go for that binding here. It is going to be the first dragon of the game started on off here. Shady is in the mid lane, backing up Spyrax here. That's a nice Dragon's Rage kicking DNA back into Shady's hook. And that's going to be first blood picked up in the mid lane by Spyrax off some fancy Lee Sin plays.
Oh, great setup. I liked that roam up as well from Shady, but it's not over yet with Orange in the top lane.
Yeah, it's going to be Dragoon going invisible there, but he just cannot evade that big old Hextech ultimatum. And Orange just barely survives that last turret shot there. 2-0 on the scoreboard for Maryville University. They had an even start for a little bit there, but now the solo lanes, they want to make their presence felt, and they each get off to a nice lead.
Oh, and that's why you chug your potions, kids, when you dive, because you never know when that refillable potion will be the difference between life and death. But like you said, these two solo laners here for Maryville, that can be those potent threats in the side lanes here. Already off to, I mean, fantastic starts, to say the least. And they already have this advantage now. They can look to really hammer it home later down the road, Gordo, and you don't want to be dealing with a Fed Camille or Fed Lee Sin in a side lane.
Certainly do not want to be here. As DNA going to take a little bit of a cue there from Spyrax, but he doesn't have the Dragon's Rage. He doesn't have the Flash. He's not going to be following that one in for the time being here. But DNA not being able to get off to a strong early start there because he gets picked on off by that gank. That means Spyrax might have a little bit more pressure in this middle lane than he might have otherwise had.
We'll see. Because Dickmig probably gonna turn the fortunes a little bit here in these side lanes here within the next few minutes. Try and stabilize a bit of this deficit that has occurred. It's not the worst, but it is something that can be felt, especially if we do see any early cycles here around early objectives.
Yeah, and bot lane's getting close to taking up to level 6 here, and it's really got to be brought up. Kalista has no ultimate. She still hasn't bound to Light Pulse, and that means that there is no Fate's Call available.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... Okay, there's fireworks going on outside. But yeah, I believe... Okay, now the ulti icon has glowed up. I see some question marks in the bot lane as well. Oh, okay, those are enemy question marks, but I'm guessing Cow just leveled it up? And that's why?
Yeah,
it's because he...
It's rough here, but Dragoon getting engaged on in the top lane. Hextech ultimatum thrown on down. He's got nowhere left to go on this Viego. Trying to dodge out on those harpoons is not able to do so. It's now Cow getting dove on in the bottom lane. Azog going to advance forward and pick up that kill, but here come Light Pulse and Cyber trying to pick somebody up. Cyber going to finish off onto Azog right away, going to pull on in Shady with that Moonfall, looking to make it a double. He is going to be able to do so. Light Pulse actually going to be the one who picks up that second kill. But Dig Mirage finally strike back in this game. They get 2 kills in the bottom lane.
Okay, hear me out. What if not using the Black Spear was just a mega Giga Brain bait to set up for that 2-for-1 in the bot side? I don't have any theory to support this evidence, but it might be possible.
Certainly might be. There's at least a chance, as I mean, at this point it might just be even more beneficial, as they're not getting enough time together to really even be making use of the Black Spear, and you might have a little bit more value being able to fling in somebody like Diana coming into the later game.
Sorry, I'm just still kind of focusing on the fact that there's a Black Spear that hasn't been used.
Oh yeah, it's an awkward situation here, Goferino. I'm not quite sure what to make of it either. It's just a whole. It's like 1.5 of Kallista's abilities are just turned off this game by choice.
Yeah. Like I'm trying to think, like, maybe it's a bit like a Soul Link Callista strat where you just pair up with, like, the jungler or something, but yeah, I'm probably leaning towards mistake here. Did
Oh, it's been
User
used.
go?
It's been used. Somebody's been bound with. It's been done. As finally that Black Spear going to be taken out of the inventory there. I assume he bound with Light Pulse, although was not looking at it at the time that it occurred. But I guess we'll find. Yeah, I can see the line between the two of them. So
Okay.
definitely.
You have a dive being set up here on the top side, potentially, though. We do have this Rumble for the Oddhorns. Look at that Lee Sin walking up as well here, Gordo. This might just be a bloodbath if that equalizer reigns true.
Yeah, there it goes. Oddhorn starting off the engage. They're looking to focus down onto Dragoon before he can reset, and they are going to be able to do so. Now, Cyber's the next target. He's got no backup, and he's got no life. He falls down there as Oddhorn picks on up the double kill. Once again, the Maryville jungler off to an excellent start.
Yep, and once again, Maryville, they get the early lead here. They're looking to really solidify their foot here and show why maybe they shouldn't have been put through the OQ. Maybe Cup was just a little bit of a fluke for them. Who knows? Either way, though, Spalling for Digmig has been fighting back. We saw that they did kind of never mind that as DNA.
Collapsed on here. Spyrax Dragon's Rages him back on into the team. Shady and Azog are there to pick it on up. Like Pulse and Cow just a little bit too late up to the play there. That's going to be another kill picked up. DNA once again finds himself getting Dragon's Raged into a place he does not want to be.
Yep, and that is kind of one of the reasons why we haven't been seeing as many of these control mages, so to speak, in the mid lane. Is just a lot of these melee carries or just AD carries in the mid lane that we do see. They're just able to hop on you constantly without too much trouble, and then just always be a threat. And you only have flash up every so often to deal with it.
Really do here, and now Dig Mirage, they're going to try to grab something back for themselves here. They start on off this Dragon, going to look to make it 2-0 on the Dragon score. Odd Orange is around, but doesn't really have the vision or the teammates to be able to get on into that pit. Cyber going to claim another one here for the Dig Mirage squad.
Yep, gonna be nice few early dragons for them, and it's gonna be the Infernal Rift this time around. So both these comps that have a little bit of damage and then even more to spare, gonna be having that damage amplified here this game. Gordo gonna help amplify any sort of excitement we see on the Rift, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is going to be one of the better souls, and definitely one that both these teams are going to want to compete over. So now it's going to be a little bit of a stun coming through from DNA. Doesn't have the backup to actually be able to
Dragoon's
move on
in
to
danger
Spyrex.
here.
Yeah, he tries to Heartbreaker away, but is not actually going to immune the knockup. Meanwhile, Azog going to face check into two members here. Cyber going to be able to pick up that kill. Nicely played by the Dig Mirage team, and they are actually going to be able to pick up a 1-for-0 across the map as Dragoon expends his flash, expends the Heartbreaker, but does manage to escape that gank in the top lane.
And it is going to be a trade of jungles here because Odd Orange took the entire top side, I believe. Never mind that. DNA has to watch out for the hook. Does dodge the hook, so should be fine. But a trade of jungles here, it does result in this Camille, who has participated in 4 kills so far, has this CS lead, has this turret lead. Take a look at the gold here. 2,100 gold between these two top laners. That is something that is going to be a nightmare to face for Dragoon over the next couple of minutes to maybe even well over 10 minutes, depending on how these next few minutes go.
Yeah, Viego should not be able to stand up to Camille in this side lane here. Does not have that single target burst potential that Chippies is going to have access to, especially with this Divine Sunderer finished on off. So, yeah, definitely some side lane difficulties for the side of Dig Mirage here. They're going to need to find some team fights, and they're going to need to find them soon, but they're across the board down in gold, and that might prove to be quite difficult.
And they definitely have the means to make the team fights happen here. You do have the massive AoE knock-up, thanks to your bot lane. Cyber can set up really well. We know about how Dragoon can get these resets as a Viego, so they definitely have some ways back into this game. They definitely aren't completely out. But it is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle here, at least for now, and at any of these up-and-coming objectives in the next few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, Dig Mirage, they did get the first 2 dragons of the game. They are going to be looking to keep stacking those one up. Next one isn't for 2 more minutes, and in the meantime, they just need to be able to scoop up whatever CS they can find here, but gotta be really concerned about where Odd Orange's Rumble is lurking. He is already very much set
Just
up
kinda
for success.
looking.
Now, going to be Cyber, seeing an opportunity to potentially go into Chippies, but Chippies wisely going to avoid any potential engage there. They're going to lose the turret in the bottom lane, though. A little bit more gold going back into Garage's pockets.
See what they're able to do with that, because Cal has been having a lot of free time in this bot lane to just push on up, grab a bunch of plates, grab this turret, grab himself that farm advantage as well. Now sitting pretty nice here with that completed shield bow. Also has the executioners just to deal with the extra healing coming out from Double Divine Sunder, and then, I mean, a Gore Drinker Lee Sin.
Yeah, definitely going to help on out with that. Now, Dragoon in particular, he's got to find a way to get himself back on into this game. He's set substantially far behind in CS, still has not completed his Mythic. Wants to be able to reset in these fights and dominate, but he's going to really have to luck out and find one at this point, as he's not going to have the damage to really bring to these fights on his own. Does go in for a recall there, still doesn't have enough for the Mythic, though.
And extremely important, never mind that,
Ow.
'cause
Walking
you're
right
kind
up
of in a
to
bad
members
situation,
there.
buddy.
Yeah, he is going
They
to face
fall,
back on
though.
in support, though. They're trying to move on in onto Odd Orange. They are actually going to be able to do so. Shutdown picked up there for Cow. You know, nobody's expected to run into each other at that point in the jungle, and it actually favors Dignitas Mirage at the end of the day as Light Pulse gets sucked on in, spit on out right on Odd Orange's face.
The whole entire Good Squad coming on down there to help save their AD carry. Great pickup here for Digmig, as that is a shutdown bonus going to their AD carry who's already ahead. You do take out that jungler right before dragon, so you get free control, free tempo, and prio over this dragon. And it would put you on that soul point, which is nice here, and Digmig would very well appreciate it if they are able to grab it. They have started it up. They do have prio over this. This should be theirs for the taking.
That's going to put them on the soul point here. And, you know, while they're down in gold overall and down in kills, they're now just one lucky dragon steal away from claiming that Infernal Soul, which is just so valuable to have, especially as they come into this later game.
Yeah. Do you have to worry about, though, because across the map, the other objectives have been going towards Maryville. They're up 2 turrets as that hook misses. Dragoon going in.
Yeah, he's up pretty far there. He's going to be forced to Heartbreaker away. Here comes a big equalizer going to get Dragoon incredibly low. Spyrex goes on in, gets the execute, dashes back out. Nicely played on the Lee Sin.
Cyber's lurking.
Out in the middle of nowhere. He's getting stunned out.
Oh, look at that flank.
Through almost everybody. Chippies comes on in on the side, is able to lock down onto DNA and able to finish him on off. Now Cyber trying to carry it with the Moonfall, only manages to get the damage onto one.
Holy
He's
cow.
on away as well. Spyrex dives
Holy
on in
cow.
with Chippies, and they pick up the triple kill there for the Camille. An excellent fight from the side of Maryville. They turn around what wasn't a great situation at first, but they get it in their favor. Cow gonna be the next one to be dove here. The ace is completed by Spyrex's Lee Sin, and they pick up another kill.
Man, and Dragoon just kind of got caught out there after he overstepped, trying to punish that Nautilus for, well, I mean, Shady overstepped a little himself with that hook. And man, oh man, that was such a rough time there for Digmig. They lose their most fed member. They lose all their other members. They lost both their mid lane turrets here. And now the game once again tilted very heavily in the favor of Maryville here, Gordo. After Digmig, over the past few minutes, have been doing a good job of like stabilizing this game a bit and then bringing it back within a hop and skip.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is Maryville, they're showing what their team fighting capabilities are, and they're pretty good here, especially Spyrex on this Lee Sin and Chippy's on this Camille. They just dive on into the back line, continuously avoiding as much damage as they need to, and coming out ahead for it, really being able to pick up that ace for their team.
Yep. We'll see what Maryville is able to do with this here, because it has given them some control in that topside jungle. We have seen some of that clearing ward tax come on out. Chippies uses the hook shot and immediately forces out the teleport. I like the respect, but it kind of goes to show just how dang scary this Camille is here in this side lane. 4-0 and 4, Gordo. You kind of don't want to be eating up any sort of combo.
Absolutely not. Here's Cyber going on into Spyrex on the side lane, but he just gets Dragon Rage out of there. It's up wasting the Moonfall ultimate. That's also the
whole
fate
squad's there, though.
Light Pulse came on up trying to get the engage, but they just can't catch Spyrex's Lee Sin. And meanwhile, Maryville, they got a squad in the bottom lane shoving on in onto this turret. Dig Mirage just can't make the play happen topside.
Yeah, like Spyrex is already back up to full. He's just returned to top here just to keep on pushing in. That's a good blast cone over the wall. There is the equalizer.
Yeah, Cyber's got nowhere left to go now. He's just got to back on away. Light Pulse is there as well. Does not have access to the quickness anymore. With all of these abilities already used. Shady
going to
get
very
knocked out by the
interesting.
Grand Entrance. Dragoon has his first reset now. Looks for the dredge line. Isn't able to find it. It's just going to be a 1-for-0 in favor of Dig Mirage. Maryville, they go a little bit too aggressively in the mid lane. That gives a little bit of breathing room over to Mirage.
And Mirage gonna be enjoying that there. Because, like you said, gives them a bit of breathing room. They're able to get Dragoon his first kill of the game, which is gonna help alleviate some of the woes in this side lane. Is he still gonna have a rough time? Yes.
Well, that's an elixir of iron in Dragoon's inventory.
Okay. I know there are some very big proponents on Twitter of elixirs. They do have insane value, and if you time them correctly, you can make insane bang for your buck. It is, of course, a risk-reward thing. You have to make the magic happen while it is ticking away, because once it expires, then you just blew 500 gold on what might have been nothing. Cyber, Shady, might have a meet here. Eating great, so to speak, because this could be the soul picked up here in just under 30 seconds. We already see Digmig. They have control over here. They're pushing the vision on into this Maryville jungle. They might just look to try and turn and burn away at this dragon when it does spawn. Look at Spyrex as this Lee Sin. Okay, he's caught out now.
Yeah, he's got to move on away. Dragoon has popped that elixir. He is looking to get that massive value you were talking about. Spyrex, but that's going to be caught on out here. He Dragon's Rages away the side of Cow, but it just isn't enough. He goes into the stasis.
That enough? Here's Chippies.
Chippies dives on the backside, trying to shut down onto Cow. DNA going to be the next target. He's going to get taken on out by the side of Odd Orange, who just needs to burn on across every single member. He goes into the stasis, stays alive for the time being. He's overheated in the 1-versus-1 up against Dragoon. He picks up the double kill, and with the Viego down, that's going to be the win for the side of Maryville. They're looking to keep this fight going. Shady,
the Odd Orange
over this wall, goes on in for the dredge line onto Light Pulse, who's just forced to dash out away. Odd Orange coming around for the further flank. He's getting
the Odd Orange is just corralling them.
All revved up, but that's all he needs as Azog picks up the second kill there onto Cow. That's going to be all he needs. 4 kills picked up for the side of Maryville. They're going to move on to this dragon. They're going to deny the soul from Dig Mirage.
Man, stopwatch is such an item in League of Legends there, really helping save Maryville in that fight there, because had there not been those 2 stopwatches, I mean, Spyrex would have gone down, Odd Orange would have gone down, leading to a reset from Dragoon, but Maryville going to be taking the dubs in these, going to be taking the dragon, stopping that potential soul for the next couple of minutes, and also, more importantly, they grab the Baron here with the free reset as well. There should be massive amounts of golds in their pocket. If we do take a look at the gold, a lot of it has been spent here since we made the members back, but this is a very important and potent back here from Maryville, and they can look to just kind of more or less crack up in a cold one with the boys in the enemy base.
Absolutely can here. Such a big influx of golden resources into the side of Maryville off of that all-important fight win. They are now firmly in the driver's seat for this game.
For sure, because they can now dictate the pace of the entire map. They definitely already had some decent control over the entire map, but now when you have this gold lead and the Baron giving you free prio, I mean, they're already going into this top side. Look at that blue side vision. Maryville just has this top side map lit up like a Christmas tree. even though it is June.
Here's the
Spirax,
engage
though.
here. They're going in on to the side of Spirax. Once again, finds himself caught. A nice
Shield.
ward jump into Flash, going to enable him to escape here. And Odd Orange has layered on down the equalizer. Fate's Call going to pull on out Light Pulse, but they're looking to keep the fight going. Chippies has arrived. Cyber left all alone. He's going to get shut on down by that Fed Camille. A nice dredge line behind the turret to shut down DNA. And now Dragoon's the next target. He's left all alone. Triple kill for the side of Chippies. The Penta's in his eyes, but he's not going to be able to do it. Only going to claim the Quadra kill in the 5-for-0 clean sweep ace from the side of Maryville. They're going to look to close on out this game, and this series, and qualify for the main event.
And Digmig was showing some better signs of life in this game, but like game number 1, Maryville gets the lead, and then they take the lead. 2-0 for Maryville. Props to Digmig for certainly putting up a good fight here. In the end, Maryville, though, going to be securing their ticket towards the main stage here at the Risen Proving Grounds.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing them this upcoming week, facing off up against some of the other top Proving Grounds teams here, looking to qualify all the way into that Proving Grounds event. Meanwhile, Dig Mirage, they're going to be back here tomorrow. They're going to be looking to qualify through a 2-1 record, but they're going to have to win another series on Sunday to be able to do that.
Yep, and that's something we'll just have to look at tomorrow, but I think that's going to be it here tonight for us on the Risen Desk, because it has been a long night, but a very action-packed night, to say the least here, Gordo.
Yeah, 5 Dignitas Mirage games with at least 2 more to come tomorrow. But congratulations to Maryville University for qualifying on in. Congratulations to the 3 other teams that are going to qualify as well. Meanwhile, remember to stay tuned to the Risen Twitter for when more of the Risen Proving Grounds tournament is going to be broadcast. But for tonight, thank you all for tuning in and have a great evening.